listening to The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids.
We now leave our network programming to bring you the following special sports presentation.
Cedar Rapids Kernels, that's a good time zone.
Play ball! Are you ready to let the good times roll?
Are you ready for Kernels baseball?
The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, and the Class A affiliate of the Anaheim Angels welcome you to Cedar Rapids Kernels baseball. Now in his ninth season as the voice of the Kernels, here's John Rogers.
It's a warm, sunny, beautiful Sunday afternoon in South Bend, Indiana, Gold Dome country. The Kernels coming off their fourth straight win in Game 5 of our 8-game road trip last night, knocking off the team with the best record in the Midwest League, the South Bend Silverhawks, 6-4. Howie Kendrick's opposite field 3-run homer, breaking a 1-1 tie in the fifth inning, and the Kernels went on to their fourth straight win. And we start today tied atop the Western Division first half standings. Our high water mark of the year, 11 games above 500 in a two-way tie for first in the West with the Kane County Cougars, a half game up on Peoria. Our dugout interview guest is a very special friend of ours here in South Bend. He's the play-by-play voice of the Silverhawks as well as the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame men's ice hockey team. Mike Lockert will join us next from Stanley Kovalevsky Stadium. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball on The Zone.
When searching for a professional logistics team of experts to handle your warehousing operations, look to Worley Warehousing. Worley Warehousing will help you achieve greater efficiencies by providing superior warehouse facilities, technological advancements, and expert professionals. By focusing on technological innovations and keen foresight, Worley Warehousing has grown into one of our nation's leading warehousing operations. Worley Warehousing, your single source for all of your warehousing and distribution needs.
Winning requires determination, energy, power. At Alliant Energy, we know the power of teamwork. Our team gives its all every day to deliver reliable power to you. We're committed to meet the growing needs of our customers. Delivering safe and environmentally friendly energy keeps us focused. Our dedication to serve our customers keeps us on our game. And that's a winning combination.
I thought we'd take a little bit different slant with our listeners this afternoon. You are the play-by-play voice of the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame men's ice hockey team, and we have junior hockey in Cedar Rapids. It's very popular in our new arena, and those young fellows are trying to get scholarships to go to places like Notre Dame. And Notre Dame, of course, is most noted for their rich heritage in football. I wondered if you could describe the hockey program for us, Mike, because it seems like they've had a lot of success, too.
I have spent the last 2 years with the Notre Dame hockey team, and I think that the heritage for hockey is growing now. Coach Dave Poulin will start his 10th season in October with the hockey team, and I think one of the things that I found out is that you take a look at all the scandals that go on throughout the country, and I coming here, I was never a Notre Dame fan or in anything, and still I'm not in football, basketball, and all the other sports except hockey. But he runs such a clean, tight program, and I think that the kids get an awful lot from it. I think almost all of the kids that graduated this year, for example, 6 seniors that graduated from the team, no lower than a 3.5 grade point average. One of them, an aerospace engineer graduate, and he's looking to become an astronaut. He actually got a job with one of the aerospace companies in Southern California and will be going there in August. So I think the heritage for the hockey program is growing, especially off ice. On ice, I think it grows, especially they made the NCAA tournament this year, played Minnesota, played well for about a period, and then Minnesota was just too strong for the Fighting Irish hockey team. But I think the heritage is growing, John.
Mike Lockert, you mentioned the head coach is named Dave Poulin. He has a background in the NHL.
He has a background in the NHL, Boston Bruins, Washington Capitals. I know I'm forgetting the team.
Flyers.
Philadelphia Flyers, exactly. And I think he brings some of that to the team. When you take a look at how he, and not necessarily the practice, because I think most hockey practices are just about the same, but the way that, I don't want to say controls the team, but it's the only word I can come up with right now. When the team is on the road, he allows for input from the guys. Basically he gives them the rope to hang themselves with, if I can use that term. And I think it's more of a professional atmosphere with the Fighting Irish hockey team than really a college atmosphere other than when the teams play and when the guys are in the dressing room.
Mike, it's interesting that you highlighted the academic excellence not only at Notre Dame but in the hockey program. Here, the play-by-play voice of the Fighting Irish hockey. Paul Hornung, the former Golden Boy Heisman Trophy winner, got himself into some hot water in the a few months ago by saying that he thought Notre Dame in football did need to readjust their academic standards. That is, make exceptions, lower them for the Fighting Irish to return to their former glory on the gridiron. I know football is a different beast. You need a few more bodies than you do hockey, but you know Notre Dame pretty well. Do you think Notre Dame should stay on the straight and narrow and keep their academic standards high and do what they can in football, or do you think they truly need, as Paul Hornung said, to make exceptions and lower their expectations in order to return to prominence in football?
Now, this is between you and me, right, John? No one else is listening?
I want the truth.
Well, it's hard to say. It's kind of six in one hand, half a dozen in the other. If you take a look at a lot of schools around the country, and I point to what I call a glorified, junior college, and that's Florida State University. I think that their standards are lowered, but they wind up getting the athletes that are, and I say athletes, I don't say student athletes. I say they get athletes in Florida. You take a look at Miami, it's the same way. Even Florida. Now, granted, I don't know what their academic standards are like, and I don't know how well their players graduate. But if you have developed something over the years, and it's regardless of what it is, it's like having your family name, taking it, and it's been good for so many years, and then all of a sudden you decide that you're going to sully your family name. I don't think that that's good. And again, as I stated, I'm not a big fan of Notre Dame football or any other sports other than hockey, but if this is the path that has worked for them, they'll get the kind of players that they want. And again, it doesn't necessarily mean that the greatest athletes or the best athletes are going to win games. The best team, more than likely, is going to win the game, and I think that Notre Dame is probably doing the right thing and making sure that their standards remain as high as they have been.
Very honest answer, Mike, and I would agree with you. Mike Lockhart is the voice of not only the Silverhawks, but college hockey here in South Bend with the Fighting Irish. Mike, why do our fans in Cedar Rapids love our Cedar Rapids Rough Riders in the style of hockey? Why is college hockey so very much more fun to watch than the NHL game? Could you explain the contrast in the two, the amateur game like in Cedar Rapids and at Notre Dame, and then the NHL?
Well, I'll start with this. I think the best time for hockey is from April to June, and I think a lot of people will agree with that. And I'll even say it's the same thing with baseball. Baseball's great opening day for the holidays, but it's every day. It's kind of like life, and it gets a little mundane. But when special times show up, whether it's the end of the season or the playoffs or something like that, it becomes special. It's kind of like having a holiday. You anticipate it all year long, like a Thanksgiving. With the NHL, there's so much clutching and grabbing and bumping and grinding that, there's not enough flow, I don't think, in the game. But you take a look at college hockey, for example, there's no red line. And when I say that, passes can go from inside of a blue line to the other blue line without it being a two-line pass. So it allows the game to be a little more free, a little more wide open than you would get in the NHL. I think that should be one of the things that the NHL looks at in upcoming years. But I think that's why a lot of people really do enjoy college hockey, maybe a little bit more than the NHL, although this time of year, like I said, I enjoy the NHL playoffs an awful lot.
One game to go, Game 7 in the NHL, Calgary and Tampa Bay. A break from Kovaleski Stadium where the Kernels will clash with the South Bend Silverhawks in the second game of a 4-game series. The Kernels are tied for first in the Western Division first-half standings by virtue of a win last night, their fourth straight victory on the road. We'll return with Mike in a moment. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
At Zimmerman's, we believe that the voice of the customer speaks the loudest. Let's hear what our customers have to say.
We chose Zimmerman because our family has been buying cars. I guess we're probably the third generation to buy cars here at Zimmerman's.
My family's bought 18 cars at Zimmerman's. 18. I ought to get a little bonus or something, wouldn't I?
We build our reputation on one satisfied customer at a time. On behalf of everyone at Zimmerman's, I want to thank you for your business.
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down, and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. Miller, good call. Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
Mike, finally, I know our listeners would like to hear about your background. You're an African-American, a black fella who follows hockey. It's your favorite sport. How does a guy of your background fall in love with the game of ice hockey when there are so few African-Americans still interested in that sport?
It's really interesting, actually. And I grew up in Los Angeles, and it's my hometown, and love all the sports teams that are in Los Angeles, even the Los Angeles Clippers. But the funny thing is that when I was a kid, you know, the Lakers would always win. When I was growing up, it was Steve Garvey, Davey Lopes, Ron Save, Bill Russell, Dusty Baker, Reggie Smith. The Dodgers were always winning. But I for whatever reason, I found myself so attracted to the game of hockey, and I think it was just the excitement. Bob Miller, who is not only a good friend now, but one of my favorite announcers, just a very good announcer on the call. And so there was always excitement in his voice. Something could happen at any moment when a team crosses the blue line. They could score, maybe not. Great save. And I think with all of that coupled, you know, I fell in love with the game. I just like the excitement of it. I like the fact that anything can happen. Sorry about that. Anything can happen at any moment. And it's just a wonderful game to watch. The fact that guys can move at about 30, 35 miles an hour and then all of a sudden just stop and go back in the other direction is phenomenal. The way they use their sticks, and I mean this in a good way, in scoring goals and the goaltending, all of it it's such a beautiful game to watch. And I know that basketball people will say the same thing about basketball, football players about football, baseball players, you know, et cetera. But it's just such a fun game to watch, and to hear the rush and the roar of a crowd as a player moves up ice on a breakaway, it is one of the most stupendous things that you can ever hear in an arena, and I think it's great. And you take a look at, you mentioned as we came back that Calgary and Tampa are in Game 7. You know, those folks in Calgary haven't won a Stanley Cup since 1989, but that place in Calgary last night was just it was, the roof was about to come off, and it's just so exciting.
You've got me ready to go to the rink. Mike Lockard, thank you so much.
John Rogers, always a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. Thank you.
Thanks to Mike Lockard. We took a little different slant and heard about another great sport here in South Bend, hockey. Up next, baseball, Game 2, Kernels and Silverhawks, starting lineups in a minute. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
This is the time of year when people are giving and receiving lots of presents for weddings, showers, and graduations, plus the usual birthdays and anniversaries. Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling reminds you gift wrapping paper should not be disposed of in your blue recycling box. Instead, reuse your gift wrapping paper for other special occasions or put it in your regular garbage for collection day. Remember, don't put gift wrapping paper in your blue recycling box. Thanks from Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
Hey, corporate employees and union members too. Airport National 27-hole public golf course in Cedar Rapids has an unbelievable new corporate union season pass special for you. 2 people for $300, 4 people for $250, 10 people or more for only $200 each. Add a spouse for only $125 or just $50 for each child. Airport National Public Golf is now accepting new corporate, charity, and church golf outings and leagues starting as low as only $11 per person. Holy slice, Batman. Please visit us just 4 miles east of the Eastern Iowa Airport today.
Sunday afternoon greetings, Eastern Iowa, and to all of those who are listening from coast to coast on the Internet. The Kernels are playing their best baseball of the season on the road. After dropping Tuesday night series opener in Burlington, the Kernels won the final 3 in that series against the Bees in southeastern Iowa, then arriving here at 4 o'clock yesterday morning, came to the ballpark at Stanley Kovalevsky Stadium and whipped the team with the best record in the Midwest League, the South Bend Silverhawks, behind Nick Touchstone and Jesse Smith's terrific relief pitching. Wayne Hedden and Bob Zimmerman pitched the final 2 innings in a 6-4 Kernel win. The Kernels have now elevated themselves, thanks to the 4-game winning streak, into a first-place tie in the Western Division first-half standings, tied with Kane County at 33-22, 1 half game ahead of the Peoria Chiefs. On this beautiful Sunday afternoon, let's set the starting lineups for Game 2. The Kernels, the Class A Midwest League affiliate of the 2002 World Champion Anaheim Angels, versus the Arizona Diamondback minor leaguers, the South Bend Silverhawks. South Bend skipper is Tony Perez-Chica.
He played in professional baseball for 13 years, from 1984 to 1996. Began his career at the Giant organization and included in his career time with Cleveland, the Yankees, the Braves, as well as playing professionally in Mexico. Here's how Tony Perez-Chica's South Bend Silverhawks will line up today. Mike Goss, who pinch hit last night, is in right field batting first. He was originally drafted by the Boston Red Sox. Batting second at shortstop, Tila Reynolds. Jeff Cook, a second-year pro out of Southern Miss, will be in center field this afternoon. Cook will bat third. Hitting cleanup at third base, Augie Murillo. Murillo plays the hot corner and bats fourth for South Bend. The Silverhawk number 5 hitters at first base, Edgar Varela. Varela batting fifth at first. Behind the plate, Miguel Montero. Montero will bat sixth. Hitting seventh, Alex Frazier. Frazier, the designated hitter, walked twice and belted a 3-run homer last night for the Silverhawks. In left field, batting eighth from St. Louis, he went to school in New Orleans at Tulane, John Kaplan. And the second baseman hits ninth. He leads South Bend with 15 steals. Emilio Bonifácio. Bonifácio at second, hitting ninth. On the hill is a right-hander from the Midwest. He was born in Fort Wayne. He went to college at Purdue, Arizona Diamondbacks 7th-round pick last June. Dustin Glant. Glant is 6'2" right-handers, 22 years old, and he saved 18 games with the Yakima Bears in the Northwest League last year, 1-2 with a 1.85 ERA. Glant started this season in the Cal League with Lancaster. He went 3-3 in 2 starts and 11 relief appearances with an ERA of just over 4. And with South Bend, he's making his 5th start. He's 2-2 and a 5.75 ERA for Dustin Glant out of Purdue University. Allen Motor Company is now proud to present the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup. Allen's is celebrating their 101st birthday with a birthday bash, and what a value you have now at Allen's. Buy now during Allen's 101st birthday bash, and your first year's maintenance is on Allen's. You heard right. Your first year's maintenance is on Allen's when you buy now during their 101st year birthday bash. 2004 Cadillac SRXs are 101st year birthday bash sale priced at just $37,848 at Allen Motor Company. That's a savings of over $7,000 on 2004 Cadillac SRXs at Allen during their 101st year birthday bash. Your first year's maintenance is on Allen's when you buy now. Allen's is open late tomorrow, Monday evening until 9 o'clock. Visit Allen Motor Company, I-380 and Boyson Road, exit 25 in Hiawatha. The Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup, leading off the designated hitter, third in the league with a .354 average, Howie Kendrick. Matt Pauley tied the game at 1 with a third-inning RBI single last night. Pauley's in left field, he'll bat second. The Kernel shortstop is Brandon Wood. He hits third in the Allen Motor Company order. Matt Brown, second in the league in RBIs with 43, third in the league in home runs with 11. Brown will bat cleanup and play third base. The right fielder this afternoon in the Allen Motor Company order bats fifth, Aaron Peel. Caleb Mayer will bat sixth, and Caleb gets the start at first base for the second straight time in this series. Tommy Duenas will handle the catching chores, and he'll bat seventh in the Allen Motor Company order. Hitting eighth at second base is Sean Rodriguez, and in center field, Quan Cosby bats ninth. Quan has had 4 hits in his last 2 games. On the hill is 22-year-old French-Canadian right-hander Michel Samar. Michel's 4-3, a 3.41 ERA. He started the road trip for us in Tuesday in Burlington, was a 5-2 loser to the Bees. Michel Samar making his 11th start of the year from Quebec City, Canada. He's won 4, he's lost 3. His ERA is 3.41. We'll introduce the Anderson Brown Eye Care umpiring duo in a moment. In fact, let's do that right now. The Anderson Brown Eye Care umpiring crew is Robert Price. He'll call the balls and strikes, and Dixon Sturman will be on the base paths. Anderson and Brown Eye Care has locations inside Lens Crafters in Westdale Mall, Coral Ridge Mall, as well as North Park Mall in Davenport. Anderson and Brown Eye Care, a Bausch & Lomb contact lens specialist, a leading dispenser of contact lenses in our area. Now at Stanley Kovalevsky Stadium, let's pause to honor America with the singing of God Bless America. God bless America. America from Stanley Kovalevsky Stadium. And now we will remain standing to honor America with the singing of the national anthem. The Kernels about set to take on the Silverhawks in Game 2 of a 4-game series. Here's the Star-Spangled Banner. Big crowd on hand again at Stanley Kovalevsky Stadium. We've heard God Bless America, now the national anthem. We'll enjoy Kernel baseball in just a moment. Emily's our in-studio engineer this afternoon. I'm your play-by-play host, John Rogers. The Kernels going for their 5th straight win here on an 8-game road trip. Kernel baseball's next. You're tuned to Kernel baseball on the Zone.
Kernels fans, your Cedar Rapids Taco Bell restaurants have something new for you to cheer about this season. A Taco Bell 10 spot. When the Kernels score 10 or more runs in any game this season, you'll score beef tacos for just 39 cents the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell. That's a savings of 50 cents per taco, less than 10 per customer. Remember, when the Kernels put up a Taco Bell 10 spot by plating 10 or more runs in any game, you get up to 10 39-cent beef tacos the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell.
Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees are proud to support one of our community's most renowned and cherished assets, the Cedar Rapids Kernels. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees believe in the core values that comprise the essence of Kernel baseball: fun, wholesome, affordable entertainment for us all. As you look ahead to the many joys of summer, your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees encourage you to visit the fabulous new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees, embracing Kernel baseball, a community treasure.
The native Midwesterners on the hill for South Bend. They have the top-ranked pitching staff in the league. The lowest ERA, 3.09. Dustin Glant, Glant. He's a 23-year-old. They're checked that 22-year-old from Purdue University, and he grew up in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So what a thrill it is for him to be pitching in his home state of Indiana. With Yakima last year, he appeared in 34 games and notched the league high, the Northwest League high, 18 saves. He pitched 34 innings with the Yakima Bears, gave up just 19 hits, struck out 31, walked 9. Glant started this season with the California League Lancaster Jethawks, and he went 3-3, allowed 28 hits in 22 innings, struck out 12, walked 13, started 2 games, appeared in relief in 11 others, and notched 3 saves. He last pitched Tuesday in Beloit. He was an 11-1 winner over the Snappers. He went 5 innings, gave the Snappers 1 run on 5 hits Tuesday, struck out 5, walked 3. Howie Kendrick is first up for the Kernels, and the first pitch of this afternoon's contest from right-hander Dustin Glant to the Kernel leadoff batter is fouled straight back right over our heads, strike 1. Kendrick had the big blow in the Kernel 6-4 win last night. His 3-run opposite field homer with Rodriguez and Cosby aboard snapped a 1-1 tie in the 5th inning. Howie's hitting .354, third highest in the league. A fastball is inside, according to Robert Price, the plate umpire. The Kernels are in their red knit batting practice tops this afternoon with white numbers, gray pants. The right-hander's 1-1 is grounded up the middle sharply for yet another base hit for Howie Kendrick. Howie now has 70 hits in 56 games. Getting it back in is Jeff Cook, and Howie Kendrick on a 1-1 pitch hit it sharply through the box into center field. Boy, Kendrick is second in the league in hits with 70, second in the league with runs scored and with 43, and is hitting .354. He also has 12 steals and 14 tries. Matt Pauley at the plate tied the game in the third last night with a 2-out single into left field. He went the other way. He was 1 for 4. Pauley looks at a strike on the outside corner from Dustin Glant. Glant. Howie Kendrick has a big lead at first, being held by Edgar Valera. He's not running, and ball one is high and away, a fastball to Matt Pauley. 12 feet high padded walls, dark green padded walls in a symmetrical ballpark. 336 down the line, 360 to right and left center, and 405 rather to dead center. Here's the line drive smash into center, one hop in front of Jeff Cook, and Howie Kendrick read it well. He flies into third, and the Kernels have runners at first and third with nobody out. Matt Pauley hit a bullet into center field, and Howie Kendrick didn't go for the bluff Jeff Cook made. Cook tapped his glove, hoping Howie Kendrick would think that was an indication that the ball was going to soar out to him, but Howie wouldn't fall for that bluff, and Howie Kendrick scooted to third. Boy, the Kernels are a good first to third team, the best I've seen in the league. First and third, nobody out for Brandon Wood. He was 0 for 4 last night. A breaking pitch is down and away, ball one from Dustin Glant, the 22-year-old from Purdue. 7th round pick by the Diamondbacks last season. Now ball two, down and away to Brandon. Brandon Wood is hitting .269, right-hand hitting shortstop. He has socked 6 homers and driven in 29. Kendrick at third, Pauley at first in the top of the first inning. Another big crowd here at the Cove. Ball 3 misses outside as Wood has been very patient. John Kaplan, the 5'9" player in left field for South Bend. Jeff Cook in center and Mike Goss in right. A 3-0 pitch is a double play ball to third. Throw to second out, throw to first, double play. The Kernels lead at 1-0. Brandon Wood turned loose on 3-0, and he hit a one-hop bullet to Augie Murillo. Augie started it around the horn, 5-4-3. Emilio Bonifácio, the second baseman, took his peg on first to complete the double play. Howie Kendrick scores to make it 1-0 Kernels here in the top of the first inning. The double play went 5-4-3. Bobby Magallanes allowing Brandon to swing on 3-0. It looked to be a pretty good strategy as hard as Brandon hit it. A one-hop smash to the third baseman who started a double play. Ball one is low to Matt Brown. Base is empty, 2 gone. The Kernels lead at 1-0. Matt hitting .254 with 11 homers and 43 RBIs, both team highs. He whistles one foul straight back. Matt doubled and scored in the 6th inning to up the Kernel lead last night to 5-1. Brownie was 2 for 4. He's hit safely in his last 4 games. All Kernel wins. Howie Kendrick scored on the double play turned by South Bend. No RBI was credited to Brandon Wood. Ball one is high to Matt Brown. I thought the count was 1-1. It was 0-2 as Matt took high. Well, the Kernels break out on top for the first time in the last 5 games. A curve, and that one is chopped foul beyond the Kernel third base dugout. It's 405 to dead center. The 12-foot high wall, padded in green, has no advertising on it here at all at Stanley Kovalevsky Stadium. A steep grass slope seating berm just above the outfield wall, and then a bank of advertising signs. Matt Brown lays off a curveball going away, and it's 2-2 to the Kernel Cleanup batter, third baseman Matt Brown. Kendrick and Pauly singled. Wood on a 3-0 pitch hit into a double play. Kendrick scored from third, and Matt Brown is batting with the bases empty and 2 out here in the first inning. Gallant's next pitch is bounced foul. Look out. That one a rocket into the third base seats above the Colonel third base dugout, but everybody's all right. The Colonels are batting .265 as a team, second highest in the league. We are second in the league in home runs with 55 home runs in this our 56th game. And the Colonels are third in the league with 63 stolen bases. Brownie ready for the next offering. It's a 2-2 pitch. And he tips it foul into the mid of the catcher, Miguel Montero, and that ends the Colonel first inning. First and third, nobody out, and the Colonels come away with a run on 2 base hits. There were no South Bend errors, and the Colonels leave the bases empty. And after 1/2 inning, the Colonels won. The Silverhawks coming up. This is Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Unless you have a crystal ball that really works, nobody can foresee all the risks that might become realities. Most of us don't have a foolproof crystal ball, though. That's why it's sensible to consider the calamities that might occur to your car, home, business, or life, and insure yourself against the worst. See Phil Andrews, your Pekin insurance agent, about a well-planned insurance program for your individual needs. The future is uncertain. See your Pekin insurance agent, Phil Andrews, at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency.
Hi, this is Dave Town with Five Seasons Transportation and Parking. Do you ever wonder if it's safe to send your child on the bus? It is, and here's a few reasons why. All the buses in Cedar Rapids are equipped with security cameras, so the drivers always know what's happening behind them. The buses also have global positioning systems, or GPS, which means they can be tracked at any time by satellite. Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. Five Seasons Transportation takes safety very seriously, and we've taken many steps to make sure your child will have a safe, easy ride every time they take the bus. Even when your child isn't on the bus, Five Seasons Transportation is helping keep them safe by using pollution-free biodiesel and alcohol fuels, Iowa products that help keep the air clean. And if your child is ever in trouble, they can always flag down a bus for help. I'm Dave Town, and I like to think of the bus as a traveling safety cocoon, motoring along Cedar Rapids streets. And keep in mind, if the bus is that safe and easy for your child, maybe you should think about riding the bus to work. Affordable, convenient, and safe. That's the bus. Ride it.
1-0 Kernels. Michel Samar making his 11th start of the year with a 4-3 record. Let's set his defense that will back him this afternoon at Kovalevsky Stadium. Matt Pauly's in left. Quan Cosby, the center fielder. Aaron Peel in right. Around the infield, Matt Brown at third. He's already in on the grass for Mike Goss, the leadoff batter. Brandon Woods, the shortstop. Sean Rodriguez at second. Caleb Mayers at first, and the Colonel catcher today is Tommy Duenas. Mike Goss, the left-handed batter, looks at a strike on the outside corner, a fastball from Michel Samar. Goss hitting .264, no homers, 17 RBIs. Mike is a left-handed batter with a straightaway stance. A fastball taken away, and it's 1-1. Goss struck out pinch hitting for Lino Garcia in the 7th last night. He struck out his second time up. He was 0 for 2. He chops one up the middle. Brandon Wood had him played perfectly. Brandon throws it away, though, as he threw high over the head of Caleb Mayer. Brandon Wood had Mike Goss positioned perfectly near the bag at second, and Mike slapped one on 2 hops. Brandon submarined his throw, and he hurried it just a little too much, and he commits his 9th error of the year. Brandon Wood throwing high over the head of Caleb Mayer. 1 on, an error on the Colonel shortstop, and the tying run aboard for Tila Reynolds. Tila Reynolds did not play in last night's series opener. He's batting .237, no homers, 11 RBIs. Tila was an 11th round pick by the Diamondbacks out of the University of Washington. UW is what they call it in Seattle. He hammers one the other way into the first base seats for strike 1. Tila Reynolds, a right-handed batter, 23 years old, played in 23 games as a Silverhawk last year, just got his feet wet. He hit .262, no homers, 6 RBIs. On the bad throw over the head of Caleb Mayer, Mike Goss took second base. He's in scoring position with nobody out. Reynolds looks at a fastball just low, ball 1. We're playing a Silverhawk team that we knocked off last night 6-4 that is 20-8 here at Kovaleski Stadium. Tila shoots one foul. That one onto the green concourse roof. There is no grandstand roof here at South Bend's Kovaleski Stadium. It's an open-air amphitheater-like structure. Right on the edge of downtown, next to where the old Studebaker factory was. In fact, it's still standing. Reynolds lines another one foul off to the right. Michelle Samar stays ahead of him, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Michelle has pitched 58 innings in 10 starts, given up 57 hits in 58 innings, struck out 62 batters in 58 frames, walked only 16. The league is hitting .261 against the French-Canadian right-hander Michelle Samar. Curveball grounded to second, backhanded by Rodriguez. The lead runner goes to third, and Mike Goss is at third with 1 out. Tila Reynolds did his job. That is excellent fundamental execution as he hit a worm burner to the second baseman, Sean Rodriguez. Sean backhanded it and tossed to first to get Tila Reynolds. Runner at third, 1 out, and the batter, Jeff Cook. Cook, a left-handed hitter. Basically, all he has to do is put the ball in play on the ground, and he'll tie this game for South Bend. He lines one over the head of Brandon Wood into left center for extra bases, I think. No, Quan Cosby cuts it off and prevents the batter from going to second. Jeff Cook ties the game 1-1 as he lashed one over the head of Brandon Wood into left center for a 1-out single. An unearned run scored by the Silverhawks here in the bottom of the first inning ties the game 1-1. It's the 25th RBI for Jeff Cook. He jumped on the first pitch from Samar and thrashed it over the head of the shortstop, Brandon Wood. Jeff Cook's second hit of the series. 1 on, 1 out for Augie Murillo, Murillo. Fastball high, a snap throw to first, and the runner gets back in time. Augie Murillo hitting .267, 3 homers, 19 runs driven in. The Colonel 1-0 lead did not last very long, and you have to credit the Silverhawks for that. They got a double play in the top of the first with runners at first and third and nobody out. The runner goes, and Murillo lofts one foul over the first base seats, and strike 1 to Augie Murillo. Augie is from the University Autónoma de Baja California. I haven't heard of that school, but Augie's from Tijuana, Mexico. Everybody's heard of Tijuana. It's just over the border from San Diego. Right-handed batter. A curve low and away, and it's 2-1 now to Augie Murillo. Augie walked with 1 out in the 8th inning, and he was aboard on Alex Frazier's 3-run home run. It made it 6-4 Kernels. Augie was 0 for 2. He is a right-handed batter who stands straight up and throw to first, and the Kernels thought they had the runner picked off, Jeff Cook, but he just got back head first. Good move by Michelle Samar. He almost got Jeff Cook. Cook is 5 for 7 in stolen base attempts. Tommy Duenas hangs the sign for the right-hander Michelle Samar. Breaking pitch up and in, ball 3. Michelle's been forced to work pretty hard here in the first inning. The inning got off on the wrong foot when Mike Goss grounded one or chopped one up the middle, and he wound up at second on a throwing error by shortstop Brandon Wood. He went to third on a ground ball out to second, and he scored on an opposite field single by Jeff Cook. We're tied at 1. Michelle throws over to first, and Jeff Cook is back safely. Cook is running. Now he stops, and a high fly ball down the line and right. Aaron Peel coming in near the line. It's a fair ball by 3 feet, and Aaron one-hands it for the second out of the inning. Augie Murillo hoists one into right for the second out of the South Bend first inning. Edgar Varela is from Long Beach State. He was originally taken by the White Sox in 2002, but traded over here to the Diamondback organization in exchange for a former Colonel, 1996-97 outfielder Nate Murphy. Nate is now with the White Sox. Varela's a left-handed batter. A fastball is up and away, ball 1 to Edgar Varela. South Bend is in white home uniforms with black pinstripes, gold numbers trimmed in black. black batting helmets and black socks. A big lead at first by Jeff Cook. He's not running. Ball 2 inside, a fastball from Michelle. There was a path carved between home plate and the pitcher's mound, a path that you'll see at Bank One Ballpark in Phoenix. And the Diamondbacks want their players to be used to that feature. A little looper in center, and it's over the head of Brandon Wood. The runner will hold at second, that runner being Jeff Cook. 3 base runners for South Bend here in the first inning. Edgar Varela hit it off the end of the bat and was just strong enough to poke it over the outstretched reach of Brandon Wood at short into shallow left center. Jeff Cook held at second with 2 outs. First and second for Miguel Montero. Miguel Montero didn't play last night. He's a catcher from Venezuela. He bats left. And he played in Missoula his last 2 seasons. Last year in Missoula, he hit .301 in 59 games. Miguel Montero stopped 4 homers, drove in 32 runs. This year, Miguel hitting a solid .279. He stands straight up at the plate. No bend in his knees whatsoever, and he stands perfectly motionless. A fastball is low for ball 1. Michelle Samar is making a lot of pitches here in the bottom of the first inning. Too many. Ball 2 outside, a throw to second, and Cook is out at second base. Tommy Duenas takes it down to Brandon Wood, and Jeff Cook was out at second base. The play went 2-6. Tommy Duenas to Brandon Wood, and that's a big, big lift for the Kernels. 1 run. It was unearned on 2 hits for South Bend in the first inning. 1 Kernel error. The Silverhawks leave 1. Jeff Cook was picked off second by Tommy Duenas to end that first inning. The Kernels come to bat in the top of the second, tied with South Bend 1-1, and you're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
When we met, it's spaghetti, we would never forget Zio Gianos. Now it's for mi amore and I dine in. We carry out the lunch and the dinner all the time for lasagna, ravioli, mandacati, cannelloni, tortellini. Or rather delicious salads and soba sandwiches too. Zio Gianos is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember Zio Gianos with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
Your husband has a sore throat and he's whimpering about getting it checked. That's when you make a mental note to yourself, must find family doctor.
How do you find the right doctor for your family?
It was easier than I thought. I called the number and 3 minutes later I had the names of 3 doctors who were in my neighborhood and were taking new patients.
Just call the Mercy Care referral line at 369-4444.
My Mercy Care doctor doesn't rush me out of the room with me saying, but what about, how do I... They take the time to answer my questions, even the silly ones.
It's that extra understanding, compassion, and care that Mercy Care community physicians practice every day.
So I got that doctor thing figured out. Now what do I do about that whimpering husband?
Find the right doctor for your family. Just call 369-4444 or find out more about our family doctors on the web at www.mercycaredoctors.com. Finding a doctor you really like. That's real life. That's the Mercy Touch.
We're even at 1 after 1 at Kovalevsky Stadium, built in 1987. A handful of folks are enjoying the game above the 12-foot high green padded wall in left and right field on the steep grass slope seated berm. Aaron Peel bats for the first time. Leading off the second, and he looks at a pitch going away from Dustin Grant out of Purdue University, ball 1. Aaron hitting .220, 6 homers, 14 RBIs. A strike on the outside corner. Letter high to Aaron. Aaron last played in the Kernel 5-4 victory Wednesday night in Burlington. He smokes one off the end of the bat down the right field line. Mike Goss won't get it, and it's going to be a leadoff single. Peel rounds first and draws a throw, and he gets back to first just in time. Aaron Peel made a big turn at first, and Mike Goss, a left-handed thrower, pegged one in behind him. Edgar Valera put the tag on Peel. Aaron chested, scrambled back head first. A leadoff single for Aaron Peel. Let's see if we put him in motion. Caleb Mayer's the batter. Caleb is 0 for his last 11. He was nothing for 4 last night. He's hitting .219, 4 homers, 13 RBIs for the Angel 9th round pick in 2002. Caleb Mayer. A tap over the hill. The short second baseman has it. His only play to first, and he throws Caleb out. Aaron Peel made it to second base. Boy, was that a great play by Emilio Bonifácio. He cut across second base, backhanded that ball, and from the shortstop position, somehow got enough on his throw to get Caleb Mayer. It went 4-3. Aaron Peel made it safely into second. So Tommy Duenas has an RBI chance. Tommy is hitting at .210. 4 homers, 13 RBIs for the right-handed hitting catcher out of Florida International. Miami's Tommy Duenas. Did he check his swing in time? No, says the base umpire Dixon Sermon. Tommy's in the hole 0-1. He steps out. Augie Murillo at third for South Bend. Tila Reynolds the shortstop. Emilio Bonifácio at second, and Edgar Valera at first. Aaron Peel with the leadoff single here in the second. Advanced to second on a ground ball out off the bat of Caleb. Ball 1 rides high to Tommy Duenas. Dustin Glant, in 4 starts with South Bend, has pitched 20 and a third innings, surrendered 29 hits in 20 and a third, struck out 10, walked 9, and his ERA is high, 5.75. He comes set just below the chin. Checks Aaron Peel. Tommy Duenas fouls one straight back. 1-2 the count to the Colonel catcher. Lots of action this afternoon on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. We'll be updating you with our first look at it around the 4th or 5th inning. The game you'll hear tonight on the Zone, the White Sox and Mariners at Safeco Field. A curve, and that's hammered on one hop to the third baseman Murillo. Peel's trying for third. He is out at third. A double play. A double play ends the Colonel's second inning. A ground ball to third, and as Augie Murillo gunned it across the diamond, that out went 5-3, and then the peg from Edgar Valera right back to the third baseman, and Aaron Peel was out trying to go from second to third, and a bad base running play ends the Colonel's second. No runs. Leadoff single, 1 hit. There were no South Bend errors. They turned their second double play. The double play went 5-3-5. Murillo, the third baseman, to the first baseman, back to the third baseman to get Aaron Peel. Nobody left for the Colonels. After an inning and a half, the Colonels won and South Bend won. You're tuned to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Would you like to meet Cedar Rapids River Raiders Kenyon Murray and Dean Oliver and help a great cause? I'm Scott Unash from the Zone ESPN Radio 1600 AM, and I'd like to invite you to the 4th Annual Celebration of Sports Banquet and Auction. It's Tuesday, June 8th at 5:30 at the Collins Plaza in Cedar Rapids. We'll be awarding the Lynn County Male and Female Athletes of the Year, plus we'll salute 2 Special Olympians and much more. If you support local sports, make plans now to attend. Tickets are $25 and tables of 10 are available. Proceeds from this event help support East Central Iowa Special Olympics and the Sports Tourism Fund at the Cedar Rapids Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. Call the Celebration of Sports hotline at 319-398-5383, extension 121 today to make your reservation. Join me, Scott Unash, in the Zone at the Celebration of Sports Banquet and Auction, Tuesday, June 8th at 5:30 at the Collins Plaza in Cedar Rapids. Remember, call 398-5383, extension 121 to make your reservation. The way to pocket important savings is to take advantage of Chevron Motor Oils and Lubricants from the Otson Oil Company, your local Chevron oil distributor. Chevron lubricants are made from higher quality base oils for better performance, and that means longer life for your engine. Contact the Otson Oil Company in Cedar Rapids for details on how you can save time and money with Chevron lubricants. The Otson Oil Company, serving Iowa with quality lubricants since 1933. Visit Otson Oil Company at www.otson.com.
Kernels 1, Silverhawks 1. We go to the second inning. Miguel Montero was standing into the plate when Tommy Duenas fired down to shortstop Brandon Wood at second, and Jeff Cook was picked off to end the South Bend first inning. Michelle misses inside, ball 1. Miguel Montero, left-handed batter, stands straight as a board and hits one in the air to center. Quan Cosby a few steps back in straightaway center. has it for the first out of the inning. Miguel Montero skies to center. It's just past 2 o'clock here in the Midwest, and we want to thank you for joining us here for Kernel Baseball on the Zone. ESPN Radio 1600 AM, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. It's a slightly overcast, yet partly sunny Sunday afternoon. The temperature in the high 70s. Alex Frazier walked twice and belted a 3-run homer in the 8th inning last night. A beautiful curveball rolls off the table at the knees, a strike call to Alex Frazier. He scored the first run of last night's game. He walked, stole third, and scored in the 2nd inning. A fastball outside evens the count to the right-handed hitter, 1-1. Frazier's home run was his 6th of the year. He has 25 driven in. Michelle gets ahead of him as he fouls one straight back. Strike 2. Frazier, a right-handed batter, the DH, hitting at 267. Alex is from Auburn University. A Diamondback 30th round pick back in 2001. He spent his first 2 seasons in Missoula and Yakima. He swings and misses. Michel Samar has recorded his first strikeout of the afternoon as he got Frazier on a curveball high and outside. Now the 5'9" left fielder John Kaplan bats. Kaplan was the leadoff batter last night, and he went 0 for 4. He threw a 2-out walk in the 5th inning. John Kaplan, a 12th round pick of Arizona, last year out of Tulane University in New Orleans. Ball one just missed away, a fastball from Samar. Congratulations to Gail Nevin of Robbins, Iowa. Gail logged onto our website during the broadcast last night and answered our Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge correctly. And Uncle Charlie is in there for a strike, and it's 1-1 to John Kaplan. He wears his pinstriped white trousers all the way down to the tops of his black shoes. And he chops one foul past third. He's in the hole 1-2. Last night, Gail Nevin logged onto our website and identified the 2 current National League hurlers who have won 4 consecutive Cy Young awards in their careers. Gail answered Greg Maddox and Randy Johnson. And Gail Nevin of Robbins, Iowa, congratulations, you've earned yourself a prize from the Bim Ritter Diamond Shop. Ball one is high and inside to the right-handed batter. Check that ball 2 to John Kaplan. Greg Maddox with the Braves won the Cy Young Award in 92, 93, 94, and 95. A curve is bounced to the right side. Charging is Sean Rodriguez, and Caleb Mayer had to scurry back to the base. He did so in time as Rodriguez made the play. Michel Samar, a 1-2-3 inning in the bottom of the 2nd. Randy Johnson won his 4 in a row with Arizona in 99, 2000, 2001, and 2002. After 2 at Kovaleski Stadium, the Kernels and Silverhawks are tied at 1. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Dun, 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 dun,
Da 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 da! Hey, call the A-Team! Hey, Matt, thanks for having us over for the game, but, we could have had it at my house. My TV is bigger, and my AC works.
I thought you were supposed to get that fixed while your wife was out of town this week.
Oh, man, I totally forgot, and she's coming home tomorrow.
She's going to kill you.
What am I going to do?
You need to call the A-Team.
The A-Team?
Yeah, Ahern Plumbing and Heating. They can get your service in 24 hours, guaranteed.
I better call Ahern Plumbing and Heating right away.
Here's a fact about the new Veterans Memorial Stadium I bet you didn't know. All of the grounds surrounding our community's newest source of pride are maintained by Greg's Lawn Service. That's right, it's Greg's Lawn Service that provides you with that initial lift when you approach our magnificent new ballpark. Greg's Lawn Service can put their first-class signature on your yard, elevating it to the same immaculate condition you see around the stadium. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest since 1983.
Good morning, Mr. Phelps. The Freedom Festival Great Cardboard Boat Regatta is Sunday, June 27th. Your mission is to build a boat from cardboard capable of racing the course 3 times. Cardboard courtesy of Warehouser is at the Stickle Warehousing parking lot, 308 29th Street Northeast. The Great Cardboard Boat Regatta, part of the Cedar Rapids Freedom Festival, June 24th through July 4th. Further instructions for this mission are online at www.freedomfestival.com. This recording will get very wet.
Sean Rodriguez stands in, and he lays off a pitch high ball, won a fastball from Dustin Glant. Had the pleasure of meeting Sean's father, Johnny Rodriguez, before this afternoon's game. Johnny will be here for the entire for the rest of the series, and he's agreed to join us on the dugout interview tomorrow evening. And Johnny is just as energetic and upbeat and outgoing as his 19-year-old son, Sean. Right-handed batter, hitting .253, and he whacks one into left center for a leadoff single. Oh, it got by the center fielder, Jeff Cook, and Sean may have a triple. He's rounding second, and he's headed to third. Sean Rodriguez has a leadoff triple here in this third inning. Sean Rodriguez drilling one into left center, and it hopped by Jeff Cook, who tried to cut it off. Cook could not cut it off, and they may have charged Jeff Cook with an error. No, they have not. It's a triple all the way for Sean Rodriguez. And the Kernels have their fourth hit. A leadoff triple by Sean Rodriguez. That ought to make his father, Johnny, even more proud. Quan Cosby has lifted his average to .254. He could put the Kernels back in front here in the top of the third inning. Quan, a left-handed batter, takes ball one outside. Sean Rodriguez walked twice, scored 3 of the Kernels' 6 runs last night, was 2 for 2, and he's at third with nobody out. A pitch outside and a throw to third, and Sean dives back in head first. Bobby Magallanes coaching at third in his customary role. Justin Bachman at first. Bachman had coached third base the last 3 or 4 games. Quan is riding a long hitting streak. He swings at a changeup and misses strike one. Quan is hitting 7 straight games. Singled and scored on Howie Kendrick's 3-run homer in the 5th last night. Quan was 2 for 5. He could make this a Kernel lead. Ball 3 outside. Sean Rodriguez with a leadoff triple to open up the third inning. Out or infield at regular depth, they'll trade a run for an out here. Cosby's ahead 3-1. Glant delivers and a drive into center. It'll be deep enough to score Sean Rodriguez. Sean tags. Jeff Cook's throw home is cut off, and it's 2-1 Kernels. A 3-1 pitch, and Quan Cosby laced it into center for a sacrifice fly to make it 2-1 Kernels. Boy, Quan Cosby's playing good baseball. Sean Rodriguez scores his 4th run of the series, and the Kernels take the lead back here in the third inning, 2-1. Bases empty, 1 out for Howie Kendrick. That RBI for Quan Cosby is 16th of the year. A slider on the outside corner from Dustin Glant is a strike called. A leadoff triple by Rodriguez here in the third, and he scores on a Quan Cosby sacrifice fly. Kendrick bounces one to third, a leaping stab by Augie Murillo, and out at first. Augie Murillo had to climb the ladder at third as Howie Kendrick punched a Baltimore chop that almost sailed over his head. 2 away now in the Kernel third inning. Boy, when you have Sean Rodriguez batting 8th and Quan Cosby batting 9th, that is a very potent lower 2 of your order, because they can both run and put the ball in play. Matt Pauley singled his first time up. Hit it hard into center field, but then it was erased in a double play. A changeup is low. Ball 1 to Matt, who's hitting .283. The sun is shining brightly now, as bright as it's been all day. A looper into shallow left. On comes John Kaplan, and he dives and can't get it. He can't get it. Pauley will round first, and Matt Pauley is streaking into second with a stand-up double. John Kaplan gave it a great effort in left field, left his feet, and a headlong, sprawling dive. He came up short, and Matt Pauley, with 2 out, is at second base with a double. Matt hit it off the end of the bat and dropped it in front of John Kaplan. The Kernels have 2 hits in the inning and 5 so far today off of Dustin Glant. Brandon Wood could add to the Kernel lead here in the third inning. Brandon, a right-handed batter. A wild pitch, and that'll send Matt Pauley to third. Retrieving it is Miguel Montero, and that wild pitch is the third in this, the 5th start of the year for Glant, the right-hander from Purdue. This fellow was a closer last year with Yakima, and he led the Northwest League with 18 saves. a 1-2 record. He's working from the stretch with Paulie at third and 2 out. The 1-0 to Brandon Wood. Low and in, ball 2. Brandon was given the green light on a 3-0 count with runners at the corners in the top of the first inning. He hit a bullet on one hop to Augie Murillo at third. A run scored on a double play. Ball 3, a hook, a deuce outside, and Brandon Wood's ahead again, 3-0. Why not turn him loose again? Bobby Magallanes did that in the first inning, and it almost worked. Brandon sure hit the ball hard, I'll tell you that. Ball 4, and a good stop on a pitch in the dirt by the catcher, Miguel Montero. We may see the South Bend pitching coach, Jeff Pico, pop out of that first base Silverhawk dugout. Jeff Pico, a former Chicago Cub, is the pitching coach here in South Bend. He has not come out to the hill. First and third, 2 out for Matt Brown. The Kernels hold a 2-1 lead here in the third inning. Another very impressive crowd here at Kovalevsky Stadium. They are really drawing well here. And this organization needed a shot in the arm, and they got it. Their attendance numbers are remarkable. Matt Brown, first pitch swinging, fouls one up over home plate. Strike 1. Beyond just to the left of the giant 30-foot high dark green batter's eye in center is a towering scoreboard with an arch oval shape at its crest. It's flanked by advertising panels for Budweiser and Pepsi, 2 of our proud Kernel backers in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Brownie pops one up. This will end the inning. He sliced it off the end of his bat. Emilio Bonifácio underneath it, and 2 steps onto the grass in the outfield and right. Matt Brown's pop up is caught by Emilio Bonifácio. The Kernels strike for 1 run on 2 base hits, a walk. No South Bend errors. The Kernels leave a pair in the third inning, leaving our first 2 aboard. After 2.5 on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, the Kernels lead the Silverhawks 2-1, and you're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Most of us have been in a situation before in buying an automobile where what we owe is more than what our vehicle is worth, and sometimes it's thousands of dollars. There is a better way to put yourself in a better position when it comes to value, quality, and reliability. Put yourself into an industry-leading Honda automobile from Randy Keel Honda. The Odyssey minivan boasts being #1 in safety and the #1 minivan on the market for the last 5 years. The Honda Accord leads the way in safety and has made the Car and Driver's Top 10 list more than any other car in history. The Pilot topped the SUV categories in its first year out and remains a class leader. And the CR-V continues leading in its class since its arrival in 1997. The subcompact Element is so functional and practical, they're selling as fast as they arrive. So doesn't it make sense to get the best value in the market at Randy Keel Honda? Great folks to deal with, too, and #1 when it comes to getting you the best price. The home of confidence is Randy Keel Honda, Centerpoint Road, or on the web at randykeel.com.
Faucets leaking, termites feasting, fish and tackle, paints and spackle, tubs, jacuzzis, tapes and movies, everything from A to Z. Tile and lumber, tons of plumbers, elevators, carpet makers, radiators, party favors. Take a look and you'll see. Let your fingers walk into Yellow Book. The other book.
When it comes to making their buying decisions, people today let their fingers do the walking through Yellow Book Yellow Pages. It's no wonder. Yellow Book's packed with money-saving coupons, restaurant menus, and vital community info. And with more ads than ever before, it has everything you need right at your fingertips. It's easy to spot. Just reach for the yellow directory with the map on the cover and join the smart shoppers who choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Put your business in Yellow Book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
Let your fingers walk into Yellow Book. The other book.
9-hitter, switch hitter Emilio Bonifácio standing in from the left side, took high, and now he slaps one, bouncing it foul outside third. It's 1-1 to Emilio Bonifácio, a .259 batter, a homer, 14 RBIs. He's from the Dominican Republic, just 19 years old. It's 2-1 Kernels in the third as Michel Samar delivers high, ball 2 to the 19-year-old. 0 for 5 last night. Emilio struck out 3 times. He clubs one foul. It rolls halfway up the first base line. The count even now, 2 balls, 2 strikes. We're back at home this Thursday to start a 4-game weekend series against the Milwaukee Brewer minor leaguers, the Beloit Snappers. Thursday, if you're among the first 1,000 to come to the ball game, you'll get a set of baseball cards from McDonald's. A big yellow hammer, and it's a beauty, a strike 3 call to Bonifacio. Boy, Michelle Samar froze the number 9 hitter on that 2-2 curveball. It's Michelle's second strikeout of the afternoon. On Thursday, the 10th of June, the gates open at 6, and the first 1,000 of you Kernel fans will receive a set of 2004 Kernel baseball cards sponsored by Perfect Game. They're right across the street from us on Rockford Road. Look out, Mike Goss spins out of the way of a pitch inside. Mike reached on a throwing error by Brandon Wood and scored in the first inning for South Bend on a 1-out single by Jeff Cook. Ball 2 downstairs to Mike Goss. Originally taken by the Red Sox, this fella came over to Arizona in the deal that saw Kurt Schilling leave for the Red Sox. Strike 1 called on the outside corner to Goss, Goss. He was the Red Sox 11th round pick in 2002 out of Jackson State in Mississippi. Now he's an Arizona Diamondback minor leaguer, and he lines one into left. Diving catch by Matt Pauley. Boy, that hard-hit ball carried out further than I thought it would. Matt Pauley wound up lunging forward and belly flopping, making the grab. Mike Goss hit it right on the nose, but lines out to Matt Pauley. Boy, that thing really was a screaming, scalding line drive hit by Mike Goss as he lashed it the other way. Matt Pauley's played very well in left field on this road trip. Kernels aiming for their 5th straight win. A high pop foul off to the right, strike 1 on Tila Reynolds. Michelle Samar is retired 5 straight Silverhawks. Michelle, a 5-2 loser Tuesday in Burlington, is ahead of the batter now as he rips one straight back and foul. Michelle pitched 6 innings Tuesday at Community Field, surrendered 5 runs, 4 earned in 6 innings on 7 hits. He whiffed 4 and he struck out 1. He also hit a batter. A curve, and Tommy Duenas framed it for the plate umpire, and Robert Price said ball 1, and then Price looked down to his partner umpiring beyond first base, Dixon Sturman, and Dixon Sturman ruled that Tila Reynolds held up. Now another breaking pitch. This time the batter went around, according to Dixon Sturman. Tila Reynolds struck out on a half swing to end the South Bend second inning. The crowd doesn't like the call by Dixon Sturman. That is 6 straight retired by Michelle Samar. On this lovely Sunday, we go to the top of the 4th at Kovalevsky Stadium, and the Kernels are on top of South Bend 2-1. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Hey, man, what's up? Just getting ready to kick your butt. Right. And mess up your hair? You just wish you could look this good. No, nothing but that. Hey, I'm a busy guy. I don't have time to make my hair look as good as yours. I mean, who has time to schedule an appointment, let alone show up for it? Not me. I just go to Cost Cutters. I can get in whenever it's convenient for me. Nice shot. Yeah. So you're telling me you just walk into Cost Cutters and come out looking good? Well, for some of us, that comes naturally. But Cost Cutters makes it easier. They can do anything you want. A cool cut, even some color, and get some of that styling gel stuff to keep you looking good. Like me. Oh, so that's why your hair never moves. Oh, you're funny. Cost Cutters. Thanks, man. This will save me some time. Great. Then you'll have time to work on your game. Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Are you a busy guy? Save yourself time and walk into one of our area's 12 Cost Cutters whenever it's convenient for you. Then relax, because Cost Cutters will make things easy and affordable for you.
Cost Cutters. Live your life. We always have time for your hair.
Log on to the brand new look of ESPNRadio.com, which still has the live streaming audio, interviews that you missed, and merchandise for you to check out. But here's a toe-tapping ditty to remind you. Now that makes me want to visit ESPNRadio.com.
Aaron Peel is 2 for 2 as he whistles one into left center, and a good play by Jeff Cook to cut it off. Aaron Peel laced the first pitch into left center for his second straight hit. Aaron came in batting .220, and he's 2 for 2. Aaron Peel thrown out, trying to go from second to third on a ground ball out by Tommy Duenas. That was a double play that ended the Kernels' second inning. The Kernels now have banged out 6 hits, and we're only in the top of the fourth inning. A pitch in the dirt, a good stop by Miguel Montero to prevent the second wild pitch of the day by Dustin Glant. Glant. 336 down the line here. 360 to the power alleys and 405 to dead center. A 12-foot high dark green padded wall. Above it, a very steep grass slope seating berm that, I'd say several dozen fans, or 4 or 5 dozen perhaps, are enjoying the afternoon sitting up on that grass slope above the symmetrical 12-foot high wall. Ball 2 is low to Caleb Mayer. Caleb bounced one up the middle and was thrown out on a good play by second baseman Emilio Bonifácio, his first time up. Peel is not running, and a shot into center. It'll carry out to Jeff Cook for the first out of the inning. Caleb Mayer flies to center, one gone, one on, one out in the Kernel fourth inning. Our Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge. Your chance to earn a prize from the Bib Ritter Diamond Shop is coming up in the Kernel fifth inning. All you need to do is log on to www.kernels.com. That's all you need to do to answer our Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge. Nubbing one foul behind the plate. Strike one is Tommy Duenas. Tommy hit into a very unconventional 5-3-5, third to first to third double play his first time up, with Aaron Peel trying to advance to third from second on Tommy's one-hop bullet to the third baseman Augie Murillo. Duenas, a right-handed hitter, facing right-hander Dustin Glant for the second time. And a little blooper off to the right, chased by the first baseman. It's just beyond the outstretched reach of Edgar Valera. 0-2 to Tommy. He broke his bat and is headed back to the Kernel third base dugout to get a new one. Edgar Valera gave that a great effort. He turned his back to the infield and sprinted toward the South Bend right field bullpen, but it just did eke over his mitt. Friday the 11th of June, that's this Friday, Commercial Federal Bank Fireworks Night. Take in the magic and awe of fireworks following our game Friday, thanks to Commercial Federal Bank. Boy, fireworks are a tried and true delight to everyone who comes to a professional baseball stadium. Nothing like it in terms of bringing out big crowds. A wild pitch, and that is the second wild pitch by the right-hander. Aaron Peel rounds second and holds on. That pitch was low and away and hopped over the left shoulder, the right shoulder of Miguel Montero, and Tommy Duenas now with Aaron Peel in scoring position could give the Kernels a 2-run lead with a base hit. It's 2-1 Kernels in the top of the fifth inning. They put new seats here in at Kovalevsky Stadium. The old ones were sun-scalded and had lost their luster and color. They were a royal blue. These are dark green, and they're every bit as comfortable as the new seats are red ones in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. We have a crowd of over 4,000. Tommy Duenas still in the hole 1-2 as he fouls one off the chest protector of the catcher. Tommy steps out. He has 4 home runs, 13 driven in. The Kernels are in their red knit batting practice tops this afternoon with big white numbers on the back and inscripted in blue across the front in cursive letters the name Kernels. A breaking pitch, a dandy, and Tommy Duenas down on strike swinging. That's the second strikeout of the day for Dustin Glant. Boy, that curveball is tough to hit at this level. Sean Rodriguez tripled and scored to give the Kernels the lead in the third inning. He bats with a runner at second, 2 out. Let's see if Sean can continue his perfect series. 2 for 2 with 2 walks and 3 runs scored last night. 1 for 1 with a run scored today. A lollipop curve stays upstairs to the Colonel number 8 hitter, Sean Rodriguez. He uses a black lacquer bat. Slightly open stance. He bats from a deep squat. Rests his black war club on his back shoulder. Aaron Peel was almost... He slipped getting back to second, but fortunately, Tila Reynolds, the shortstop, didn't move in behind Aaron Peel as he lost his footing, and Aaron, with a big lead at second, got back to the base. Aaron Peel in scoring position with 2 outs for Sean Rodriguez. A chopper to third over the third baseman's head. Aaron Peel should have scored, but he stops at third. Aaron Peel, I thought, should have scored with 2 outs. For some reason, he hesitated on that bouncer, and Bobby Magallana is talking it over with Aaron Peel. Sean Rodriguez is now a perfect 4 for 4 in this series. He bounced one over the head of Augie Murillo, and for some reason, Aaron Peel hesitated between second and third. So he did not score on that base hit. He should have scored, I think. For some reason, he just froze. I don't know if he thought, well, he may have forgotten how many outs there were. With 2 outs, you go on contact. Aaron had a big lead at second. And as I looked up, Augie Marino was leaping up to try to spear that one. It went over his head, and Aaron Peel stopped at third base. Quan Cosby wraps one back to the hill for the final out of the inning. A base-running snafu cost the Colonels a run here in the 4th inning. Quan bounces back or grounds back to the mound. No runs for the Colonels in the 4th inning, despite 2 hits and a wild pitch. There were no Silverhawk errors. The Colonels leave 2 and have stranded 4. The Colonels have out-hit South Bend 7-2 and lead the Silverhawks 2-1 after 3.5 innings. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Would you like to meet Cedar Rapids River Raiders Kenyon Murray and Dean Oliver and help a great cause? I'm Scott Unash from the Zone ESPN Radio 1600 AM, and I'd like to invite you to the 4th Annual Celebration of Sports Banquet and Auction. It's Tuesday, June 8th at 5:30 at the Collins Plaza in Cedar Rapids. We'll be awarding the Lynn County Male and Female Athletes of the Year, plus we'll salute 2 Special Olympians and much more. If you support local sports, make plans now to attend. Tickets are $25 and tables of 10 are available. Proceeds from this event help support East Central Iowa Special Olympics and the Sports Tourism Fund at the Cedar Rapids Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. Call the Celebration of Sports hotline at 319-398-5383, extension 121 today to make your reservation. Join me, Scott Unash, in the Zone at the Celebration of Sports Banquet and Auction, Tuesday, June 8th at 5:30 at the Collins Plaza in Cedar Rapids. Remember, call 398-5383, extension 121 to make your reservation.
Mike Greenberg and Mike Golick.
Joel Walton, is your son dating Britney Spears?
I'm very concerned here, Dennis.
Concerned?
Well, I thought Britney was married.
No.
And now Luke has been more than a bit disingenuous with me. All this time, he's been telling me he has spent every single day in church, and now I'm finding out how sad, how disappointing this is a low point in my life.
Mike and Mike, weekdays from 6 to 10 Eastern, only on ESPN Radio.
The middle of the Silverhawk order to face Michelle Samar here in the bottom of the 4th with the Colonels up by a run 2-1. Cranking one foul on a line down the right field line, Jeff Cook, and now he takes low and in for a ball. Cook, a left-handed hitter. Michelle misses low with a changeup, 2-1. Jeff Cook hitting .244, singled in a run in the 1st inning to tie the game at 1. The 2-1 from Samar is inside, ball 3. Jeff Cook stands straight away from the left side. He does not wear batting gloves. He's from Southern Miss. He rubs his bare hands up with some dirt and gets ready for this hitter's count. A 3-1 delivery from Samar is ripped foul down the right field line, and it's a full count now to Jeff Cook. He collected the Silverhawk first hit of the game last night with a broken bat infield single in the 7th inning. Nick Touchstone pitched 5 innings, gave up 1 run on no hits, struck out 4, walked 4, and hit a batter. The key to the Colonel win, pitching-wise, was Jesse Smith's scoreless 6th and 7th innings, and then Bob Zimmerman's save. A leadoff walk issued by Jeff Cook here in the 3rd inning by Michel Samar. The 3-2 pitch was high and away. Oh, the Colonels had a good chance to make it a 3-1 game in the top of this 4th inning, but for some reason, Aaron Peel throws on a bouncer over the head of the 3rd baseman Augie Murillo, and with 2 outs could not score on a base hit by Sean Rodriguez. That really surprised me. Tying run at first with nobody out as the Silverhawk cleanup batter Augie Murillo stands in. A throw to first, and Jeff Cook back standing up. Cook has 5 steals and 7 tries. The Silverhawks are ranked 8th in the league in hitting with a .254 average, 8th of 14 teams. Remember, they have the best record in the Midwest League, 36 wins and 20 losses. There goes the runner, and a pitch smashed foul over the concourse roof. Right side, and back to first goes Jeff Cook on a hit and run. South Bend is 9th in the league in hitting with 9th in the league in home runs with 34. They're 4th in the league in stolen bases. They've swiped 60 bases and been caught 26 times. Cook was running on that first pitch to Murillo. Now a throw to first, no tag by Caleb Mayer. The Colonel record on the road this season is a sterling 15-10. 15-10 is the Colonel road record. That is outstanding. Murillo cocks his hands high above his black batting helmet. Breaking pitch taken outside, 1-1 to Augie. Augie has 3 homers, 19 RBIs. 2-1 Colonels, bottom of the 4th inning. A leadoff walk issued to Jeff Cook. He's at first with nobody out, and he has a big lead. He's not running, and a curve is high, ball 2. Michel Samar takes a trip on the backside of the slope to gather his thoughts. So Augie Murillo steps out. A week from today, the gates open at 1, and you'll want to be there early because the first 1,000 kids 12 and under get a baseball glove from McDonald's. McDonald's Baseball Glove Day, a week from today, Sunday, June 13th, a 2 o'clock start. The gates open at 1. Jeff Cook has drawn a couple of throws, and Michel Samar is very concerned about he as the 9 run at first with nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Another throw over, and this time Cook has to dive back in safely. Augie Murillo ahead on the count, 2-1. Michel is set just above the belt. And a pitch hammered foul on the ground into the Colonel left field bullpen. Way beyond the left center field wall in this sunken bowl are a couple of big, tall buildings in downtown South Bend. One of them is the City Center. Another is a large office complex. A curve. This one's popped straight up. Matt Brown is in fair ground. The infield fly rule applies, and Matt has it just on the edge of the grass next to the third base foul line. Augie Murillo is popped to third. He's nothing for 2, and there's 1 out, 1 on for the Silverhawks here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The batter is Edgar Varela. A throw to first, and diving back safely is Jeff Cook. Edgar Varela singled into center in the 1st inning. 2-1 Colonels, bottom of the 4th. Strike one called on the outside corner to Varela. Edgar, a left-handed batter. Tonight on the Zone, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, the first place AL Central White Sox at Seattle. Change up, and that's just missed low going away, according to the plate umpire, Robert Price. Remember, our Colonel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question is coming up in the top of the fifth. Ball 2 is way high. Your chance to earn a prize from the Bim Ritter Diamond Shop by logging onto our website and playing along at Kernels.com. A hit and run count to be sure. Left-handed hitter Varela has a lot of hitting room through the right side with Mayer holding Jeff Cook. Is Cook running? No. A little looper into left center. It's a base hit. Matt Pauley over to cut it off. And that prevents the tying run from advancing to third. Jeff Cook holds his second. Edgar Varela didn't hit it hard, just looped it over the head of the shortstop, Brandon Wood. And 2 on, 1 out for South Bend here in the fourth inning. Carol and Rich Kendall, the owners of Culver's Frozen Custard and Butterburgers, invite you to stop in and enjoy their world-famous Butterburgers and their delicious frozen custard. And while you're there, register your son or daughter for their chance to take the field between innings of a Colonel game. Get the autograph of their favorite Colonel player as the Culver's Small Fry of the game. Your son or daughter will also receive a certificate from Mr. Shucks, Colonel Mascot, for a free kids meal at either Culver's Frozen Custard and Butterburger restaurant. Miguel Montero pops one foul, left of home plate, strike one. He's a left-handed batter. Has a chance to tie this game here in the fourth inning. He swings hard and rattles one off the mask of catcher Tommy Duenas. Strike 2 on Montero, the catcher who flew out to center leading off the second inning. Register your child for their chance to have that thrill of taking the field with the Culver's Small Fry, getting the autograph of their favorite Colonel player on a Culver's Frozen Custard and Butterburger cap. Do that at either of the Culver's Frozen Custard or Butterburger restaurants. A 0-2 pitch is lifted foul, and Matt Brown drifting way over to the grandstand wall, the railing behind third. The third base Colonel dugout snared it. Miguel Montero hit it high in the air, and I'm glad Matt Brown didn't give up on it. I saw the fans in the third base seats standing up as though that ball was going to drift into the seats, but it did not. It did not, and Matt Brown caught it. For the second out of the inning, Miguel Montero fouls out to third, and first and second 2 gone for a tough batter, Alex Frazier. He struck out in the second inning, right-handed hitter. Culver's Frozen Custard and Butterburgers invites you to come on in and register for your kid's chance to be drawn as the Culver's Small Fry of the game. A curveball is taken upstairs by Alex Frazier. Ball 1. It's 2-1 Colonels in the bottom of the fourth inning. Jeff Cook at second. Edgar Varela at first for South Bend. Another breaking pitch, this one inside, and it's 2-0 now to the right-handed batter. He twirls his bat like a baton when he steps out of the dirt batting circle. That's just a habit or a superstition. He's not trying to be a hot dog. I remember a player named Tito Fuentes with the San Francisco Giants that used to flip his bat in all different directions, and back in the 60s, they called that being a hot dog. Tito Fuentes. Here's a line shot into center. Quan is coming on to glove it. Alex Frazier hit it right on the nose, but lines out to center to end the threat by the Silverhawks in the fourth inning. Good job by Michelle Samar to pitch around a leadoff walk and a one-out single. No runs for South Bend in the fourth, 1 hit. There were no Colonel errors, a walk, and South Bend leaves a pair. They've stranded 3. Our Colonel Roadshow Trivia Challenge comes your way in the fifth inning. As we head there, the Colonels hold a 2-1 lead over the Silverhawks, and you're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Been looking to buy a used car, truck, or van? If so, head to Select Auto now. All vehicles are priced to sell with bottom line pricing. Monthly bills getting you down? Can't afford the car of your dreams? No problem. Select Auto offers payment plans to fit around your budget. Select Auto also offers great warranties on all cars, not to mention their experienced and friendly staff and their full-service service department. Hate being chased around the lot by those annoying salespeople? At Select Auto, you won't be bothered by any salespeople. You deal directly with the owners. Got bad credit? Not a problem. They offer financing for any credit, good or bad. Still not sold? Purchase any used car over $5,000 and get $200 in free gas. Hurry in. This deal only lasts during the month of May. What are you waiting for? Visit either of Select Auto's 2 convenient locations on 1st Avenue downtown Cedar Rapids or on 7th Avenue in Marion. Select Auto, a great way to buy a pre-owned car.
Hey, everybody, gonna get on down to Hometown Restyling. Hometown Restyling. For all your remodeling needs, satisfaction guaranteed. Hometown Restyling specializes in all of your home's interior, exterior needs. Visit our showrooms, one in Hiawatha, one in Coralville, and see the incredible possibilities. Windows, siding, sunrooms. Give us a call at 378-1221. It's like home.
With the sun shining brightly at Kovalevsky Stadium, we go to the top of the fifth. Ball one is high and away to the Colonel leadoff batter, Howie Kendrick. Now Dustin Glantz misses up and away, ball two. Howie singled and scored in the first inning. Wrapped out to third in the third inning. 2-1 Kernels, top of the fifth inning. Ball three high to the Colonel's .354 hitting leadoff batter, who slugged a 3-run homer to break a 1-all tie in the fifth last night. He went the other way and drove it over the right field wall. Outfield plays Howie straight away, and he may be given the green light on this 3-0 delivery from Glantz. No, he took a strike on the inside corner. Log on now to www.kernels.com and then click on the special link on the right side of the homepage to answer our Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge. Howie Kendrick walks to lead off the fifth inning. That's a big base on balls drawn by Howie, because now the Kernels could do some hit and running with Matt Pauley 2 for 2 at the plate. Pauley singled in the first, then dumped a double in front of the diving left fielder John Kaplan in the third inning. The Kernels have out-hit South Bend 7-3, lead the game 2-1. Kendrick not running, and ball one high to Matt Pauley. As you log on to our website and click on that special link on the right side of the homepage that says Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge, you need to email us your name, address, and phone number and the date, June 6th. Your name, your address, and your phone number, along with today's date, June 6th. We need that, and then we'll need the answer to this Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question. We'll give it to you after this 1-0 pitch to the left-handed hitting Matt Pauley, instead of throw to first. Our Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge question: who set the Diamondback single-season record for homers in 2001 with 57? Who set the Arizona Diamondback single-season record for home runs in 2001 with 57? Ball two is low and outside to Matt Pauley. That's our Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge. Who set the Diamondback single-season record for homers with 57 in 2001? Kendrick running, and a bouncer to deep third, backhanded by Murillo. Augie on to first for the out. And Howie Kendrick was running on the 2-0 pitch. Matt Pauley bounced it weakly to third, but he did his job. He gets Kendrick into scoring position for Brandon Wood. Brandon is hit into a double play and walked. He could add to the Kernel lead with a base hit here in the fifth inning. You've logged on to our website, www.kernels.com. You've hit the link on the right side of the homepage to email us with your answer to the Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge. Your name, address, phone number, and June 6th the date. A bouncer to third. Augie Marino looks the runner Kendrick back to second. Howie goes to third as the throw to first retires Brandon Wood. Howie Kendrick dove headlong into third as Brandon Wood, first pitch swinging, bounces out to third, and Kendrick's at third with two away for Matt Brown. That was a big base running play by Howie Kendrick, because now a balk, a pass ball, a wild pitch would result in the Kernels getting that run home from third. Or a base hit by Matt Brown would bring in the runner Howie Kendrick from third. You've given us all that information, your name. A high pop-up into left center. This will end the inning. The shortstop back, but the left fielder, John Kaplan, calls him off. first pitch swinging. Matt Brown flies to shallow left. The Kernels in the fifth get a leadoff walk from Howie Kendrick, but do not score. No runs, no hits. There were no South Bend errors, and the Kernels leave one man on. We've stranded 5. We need your name, address, and phone number. Today's date, June 6th, as you answer our Kernel Roadshow Trivia Challenge. Who set the Diamondback single-season record for homers in a season? 57 in 2001. After 4.5 innings, Michelle Samar back to the hill for the Kernels. The Kernels clinging to a 2-1 lead over South Bend. This is Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates of Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
Summertime means Kernels baseball. Sunlight until 9 o'clock. Watermelon and lemonade. Taking the kids to the swimming pool and a host of other leisurely pursuits. Comfort Solutions by Banks stands ready to ensure that your family stays cool when you're busy with all of your summer fun. Comfort Solutions by Banks are your indoor comfort specialists. With all of the fun activities that fill up your summer, it's comforting to know that the Comfort Solutions by Banks family can take care of your family. Comfort Solutions by Banks is proud to offer your family personal and caring service. If something goes unexpectedly wrong with your home's cooling system, you can count on Comfort Solutions by Banks to provide you with courteous and professional service under any circumstance. Enjoy your summer and let the family at Comfort Solutions by Banks take care of yours.
John Kaplan opens up the 5th inning, and he swings on the first pitch, hits a 2-hopper hard on the ground to Sean Rodriguez, and Sean tosses the batter out. 1 pitch, 1 out in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2-1 Kernels on a beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon at Kovalevsky Stadium. Michelle moves left-handed hitting Emilio Bonifácio off the plate. A pitch inside, ball 1. Bonifácio struck out looking, leading off the 3rd inning. Ball 2 up and in to the 259 hitting Bonifácio. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center invites you to a tropical paradise. Ball 3 outside of the number 9 man. A tropical paradise in your own yard. Peck's greenhouses are full of colorful plants ready for you to create a tropical paradise. There's a strike. 3-1 now to Bonifácio. Tropical patio plants are on sale now. 30% off their regular prices at Peck's. A pitch pulled on the ground to Sean Rodriguez. Man, has he been dazzling at second base. Sure-handed with his glove and accurate with his throws. On to first she goes, and Michelle Samar behind the batter 3-0 came back and got Bonifácio. He wrapped out to second. 2 away in the 5th inning. You can choose from hibiscus, gardenia, elephant ears, and many other tropical patio plants at Peck's. They're 30% off. Peck's is open until 4 this afternoon, so you have time to get out there and take advantage of the tropical patio plant sale, 30% off. Bedding plants. For sunny or shady areas, you can mix and match your favorites at Peck's. A line drive into right center. Quan Cosby on the run, leaps and can't get it. Mike Goss may have a triple. Quan retrieves it at the base of the warning track. Mike Goss is going to slide into third ahead of the throw by the relay man, Brandon Wood. Mike Goss brings his crowd alive with a big 2-out triple as he launched it over the head of Quan Cosby in center. Quan may have misplayed that one just a little bit as it soared over his head, went to the base of the 405 sign. Mike Goss has very good speed, and he slid into third with a 2-out triple. He's the tying run at third with 2 gone for Tila Reynolds. That hit the 3rd of the day, or the 4th of the day for South Bend. A runner at third with 2 out. It's a 2-1 game. The Kernels trying to hold the 1-run lead here in the 5th inning. Shooting one foul off to the right is Tila Reynolds, the right-handed batter. Those bedding plants for sunny or shady areas, you can mix and match your favorite. Still a flat of 12 packs on sale for just $12.60 per flat. at Pex. Did the batter go around on a high fastball? I thought he did, but the base umpire, Dixon Sermon, positioned between the mound and shortstop, signals safe. 1-1 to right-handed hitting Keeler Reynolds. No homers, 11 RBIs, nothing for 2 this afternoon. A curve just low for ball 2. Hanging basket, beautiful for color. Beautiful color for sunny or shady locations are $5 off the regular price at Pex. Pex also encourages you to plant a rose garden this year. $5 off the regular price. Enjoy the fragrant, fresh roses all summer long. Ball 3 inside to Keeler Reynolds. Michelle has fallen behind 3-1. And a line drive into center carries out to Quan Cosby to end the inning. Oh, Keeler Reynolds hit it right on the button, but lines up to center. And Michelle Samar has pitched around a 2-out triple to keep the Kernels ahead here in the 5th inning. No runs for South Bend. 1 hit, their 4th of the afternoon. There were no Kernel errors. And the Silverhawks leave a runner. They've now left 4. Low-scoring game. Kernels have out-hit South Bend 7-4. Leaves the Silverhawks after 5, 2-1. A final word about Pex. They're open until 4 o'clock this afternoon, located at the corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Roads Northeast. Visit Pex for their tropical patio plant sale, their bedding plant sale, their hanging baskets, and their roses. We go to the 6th inning. Kernels 2, Silverhawks 1. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Toyota Financial Services of Cedar Rapids understands the importance of reading in the lives of our community's children. That's why they're proud to fund the 6th annual Toyota Financial Services Kernel Summer Reading Program. The generous support of Toyota Financial Services will result in Kernel players conducting a record 32 elementary school assemblies this spring to encourage girls and boys to read throughout the summer. Their reading accomplishments will be recognized by Toyota Financial Services with fabulous rewards. Toyota Financial Services, a true hero to the Kernels and the youth of our community.
The Crown Plaza 5 Seasons is Cedar Rapids' exclusive downtown hotel. Make plans to experience a spectacular view from the top of the 5 restaurants. Start your day off with us for breakfast or make a lasting impression on your business associates by treating them to our signature lunch buffet that changes daily. For any occasion, enjoy an elegant dinner or the Eddie Picard Jazz Trio in the city's only rooftop restaurant. The Crown Plaza 5 Seasons, top of the 5.
Good morning, Mr. Phelps. The Freedom Festival Great Cardboard Boat Regatta is Sunday, June 27th. Your mission is to build a boat from cardboard capable of racing the course 3 times. Cardboard courtesy of Warehouser is at the Stickle Warehousing parking lot, 308 29th Street Northeast. The Great Cardboard Boat Regatta, part of the Cedar Rapids Freedom Festival, June 24th through July 4th. Further instructions for this mission are online at www.freedomfestival.com. This recording will get very wet.
Aaron Peel is batting 5th in the Allen Motor Company order. He's 2 for 2. He swung and missed at the first 2 pitches of the 6th inning, and now he takes high from Dustin Glant. Glant has worked deep into this game. For a guy who was a closer last year, he's setting sail in the top of the 6th, 2-1 Kernels. Ball 2 just misses outside as Miguel Montero, the catcher, framed it for plate umpire Robert Price. A leadoff single for Peel in the 2nd and a leadoff single for Aaron in the 4th inning. The Kernels have stranded 5 in 5 innings, out-hit the opposition 7-4, lead them 2-1. A high pop-up into shallow left, the shortstop, Keeler Reynolds, going out. John Kaplan comes tiptoeing in, and John Kaplan puts it away for the first out of the 6th inning. Aaron Peel retired for the first time this afternoon. Let's see, Dustin Glant has gone. Well, he went 7 2/3 in his 2nd start as the Silverhawks. That was back on May 22nd here at the Cove against Clinton. He pitched 5 innings Tuesday in Beloit in a 11-1 Silverhawk trouncing of the Snappers. Cutting on the first pitch and lofting it foul out of play to the right is Caleb Mayer. Caleb is grounded to second and flown to center. Right-handed hitter Caleb Mayer facing right-handed pitcher Dustin Glant. Top of the 6th inning, 2-1 Kernels. A breaking pitch is high and away, and the count even 1-1 to Caleb. We told you about some of the household names that you know that came through South Bend on their way to the big leagues. We were only able to highlight a couple of those last night. Swinging a foul by Caleb. He's in the hole 1-2. Bob Wickman, who's with the Cleveland Indians, pitched here in 1990. Roberto Hernandez with the Royals pitched here in 89. Remember what a dominant closer Roberto Hernandez was at one time with the White Sox? James Baldwin pitched here in 92. He's now with the Twins. Ball 2 in the dirt to Caleb. Frank Menachino played here in 94. Mark Johnson, a catcher with the Athletics, formerly of the White Sox, was a catcher here for the South Bend White Sox in 96. The 2-2 to Caleb. A curveball and a swing and a miss. The crowd gets something special. I don't like that promotion. I never have. That's just me. I never have approached an advertiser with an idea that if the opposing batter strikes out, the entire crowd wins something. Oh, the crowd gets revved up, but they're rooting against the batter more than they are rooting for the pitcher. In other words, think how Caleb Mayer feels now that he's back in the Colonel dugout with all the capacity crowd rooting for him to strike out. That's not much fun. 2 gone. The strikeout was the third of the day for Glantz. He jammed Tommy Duenas. Tommy tried to hold up. He did not, according to Robert Price, the plate umpire. Justin Glantz is trying to retire the side in order for the first time today. Kernels 2, South Bend 1. Nick Bierbrot pitched here in 97. He's with Tampa Bay. He suffered a terrible incident in a drive-through a couple of years ago. He was shot in a hold-up attempt. Nick Bierbrot. And I know what you're thinking. What a name, Bierbrot. Yes, it is. Beers and Brot. Spells it B-I-E-R-B-R-O-D-T. Swing and a foul by Tommy. He's in the hole 0-2. Can Plant retire the side in order? No! Tommy Duenas wraps the base hit through the middle. That's the 8th Colonel hit of the afternoon. Tommy Duenas prevents Dustin Plant from achieving a 1-2-3 inning on an 0-2 pitch. Tommy threw his hands through the zone like you're supposed to, right back at the pitcher, and he singled on the ground. Now Sean Rodriguez, the batter. Boy, Sean has had some series. He's tripled and scored, singled today. He was 2 for 2 last night with 2 walks, scored 3 of the Colonel's 6 runs. Sean has been just magnificent in this series. And he lines one into left field, and it falls in front of John Kaplan. Sean Rodriguez is 3 for 3. His proud father, Johnny Rodriguez, sitting 3 rows behind home plate, has to be very, very proud. Sean Rodriguez is 3 for 3 as he lines a single into center. First and second, 2 out, and the Colonels look for a key hit from Quan Cosby. Here comes Jeff Pico, the South Bend pitching coach. Jeff Pico marching out to the mound. And as he does, that'll give us a chance to remind all you parents and coaches of Little League T-ball, softball teams that you can treat your team to an ultimate joy and thrill by calling the Kernels and signing them up as our Cost Cutters Dream Team. The Cost Cutters Dream Team gets to take the field. Well, first of all, they get to meet in the dugout, in the Colonel dugout before the game. Then they get to take the field and stand next to the Colonel players as the Cost Cutters Dream Team before the game. The Colonels will then autograph a Cost Cutters logo ball for the Cost Cutters Dream Team companions. And you can sign your team up for their chance to be the Cost Cutters Dream Team by simply calling the Colonels. Jessica Ferguson will take care of the details with you. Find a date that works for you. Her number is 896. That's 896-7612. 7612. 896-7612, the number to call to inquire about signing your team up as the Cost Cutters Dream Team. They come into the Colonel dugout before the game and then get to be introduced individually and take the field with the Colonels for the national anthem. Quan Cosby takes a change-up outside, ball 1. A pair of 2-out singles by Tommy Duenas and Sean Rodriguez have the Colonels threatening to add to their narrow 2-1 lead here in the top of the 6th inning. Kwan has already driven in one of the Kernels' 2 runs with a sacrifice fly in the 3rd. Strike 1 called at the knees. Kwan, a switch hitter, batting left. His sacrifice fly plated Sean Rodriguez after he tripled in the 3rd inning leading off. Duenas at second, Sean at first, the 1-1 from the right-hander to Kwan. Is bounced foul to the first base side. Justin Bachman one-handed. South Bend has a right-hander up in their bullpen. The Kernels have now out-hit the Silverhawks 9-4, but only lead it by a run. Kwan in the hole 1-2 with the sun shining brightly. Ruben Vincente warming up in the South Bend right field bullpen, a right-hander, Ruben Vincente. Ooh, Kwan went around on a pitch in the dirt, and I don't think he did. I don't think he broke his wrist at all. But the plate umpire, Robert Price, said that Kwan went around, and he strikes out. Ooh, the Kernels have had chance after chance to put some breathing room between they and the Silverhawks, but just can't get that clutch 2-out hit yet today. Kwan strikes out on a pitch in the dirt. I did not think he went around, not even close. No runs in the 6th inning for the Kernels, 2 hits, no South Bend errors. The Kernels stranded a pair, and we've left 7 men in 6 innings. After 5.5, the score remains the Kernels 2, the Silverhawks 1. This is Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
What is ESPN Radio? It's not that hard. You're a sports fan? This is the sports station. It's ESPN. That means sports. The games, the experts, the analysis, the scores, the highlights. People who know their stuff. It's good conversation. It's ESPN. It's radio. You know, the box that all the sounds come out of. At your home, in your car, where you work, even in your computer. It's everywhere you go. It's radio. It's ESPN. It's ESPN Radio. That's all it is.
Saturday morning. It's over easy as Scott Unash dishes up the Hy-Vee Coaches Corner here on the Zone. It's a hearty helping of local sports coverage from the Metro and beyond. All the latest prep news, the way only Scott can serve it up, cooked up live from this week's featured Cedar Rapids Marion Hy-Vee Kitchen. Get your Saturday breakfast special by tuning in to the Hy-Vee Coaches Corner, live from the Hy-Vee Kitchen at 1556 First Avenue Southeast. Only here on the Zone.
At Zimmerman's, we believe that the voice of the customer speaks the loudest. Let's hear what our customers have to say.
I've always had good luck at Zimmerman's. I've bought 5 vehicles here.
You buy a used vehicle, obviously you want it to hold up because you don't want to have problems with it. So we've always had really good luck here, so we just keep coming back.
On behalf of everyone at Zimmerman's, I want to thank you for your business.
Jeff Cook belts the first pitch long, deep, it's foul down the right field line. Strike 1 on the number 3 hitter. He has singled in South Bend's only run. That came in the 1st inning, an unearned run, and he walked leading off the 4th. Cook broke his bat. 2-1 Kernels. We've out-hit the Silverhawks 9-4. We've left 7. They've stranded 4. We're in the bottom of the 6th. State Farm Insurance agents Dale Thompson, Lanny Peterson, Gary Schubat, and Al Shetler bring us our initial look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. We only have 2 finals. Michelle's next pitch is wrapped fair past first, and Jeff Cook may try for 2. No, Aaron Peel makes a good play near the line to prevent Cook from going to second. Jeff Cook has been a monumental pain in the Kernel side this afternoon. He has reached base for the 3rd time in a row. This time he grounded one past the diving Caleb Mayer at first for a leadoff single. So South Bend has the tying run at first with nobody out in the 6th inning. A final from the Bronx. The Yankees shaded Texas this afternoon 2-1. The only final in the National League from Turner Field. The Braves turned back the Phillies 6-4. A pitch high, a fastball, a snap throw to first. Not in time to get Jeff Cook, ball 1 high to Augie Murillo. They're in the top of the 9th at Shea Stadium. The name Shea, by the way, will be the subject of our Kernel of Wisdom in just a little bit. It's the Mets 5, the Marlins 1 in the top of the 9th in Gotham. And in the bottom of the 9th, Montreal and the Reds tied at Great America Ballpark 5-5 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Tonight, here on the Zone, the White Sox in Seattle, you'll hear it just past 7 o'clock. Jeff Cook is at first base. He's running. A pitch out. The throw to second. Cook is out at second base. Brandon Wood put the tag on Jeff Cook as Tommy Duenas on a pitch out gunned it down to second, and Brandon Wood on a bang-bang play got the tag down in time, according to the base umpire Dixon Sermon, and that's the second runner that Tommy Duenas has gunned out at second base today. He threw out Cook in an unconventional way when he was leading off second in the first inning. Now a deep drive into left center. Away back goes Quan Cosby. It's off the wall. And into second goes Augie Marino with a stand-up double. Augie Marino hit one over the head of Quan Cosby in deep, deep left center field. In fact, it went 3/4 of the way up the left center field wall. And Augie Marino's in scoring position with one out. Boy, that magnifies the caught stealing that Tommy Duenas put on Jeff Cook the pitch before. Wow, Augie Marino drilling one over the head of Quan, and that brings Colonel pitching coach Eric Bennett out to the mound. Augie Marino in scoring position for Edgar Varela. So the first two men have reached here in the South Bend sixth inning. Fortunately, Jeff Cook was caught trying to steal second. Two to one Kernels. 9 hits for the Kernels. Now the Silverhawks have 6. Eric Bennett back into the third base dugout. Edgar Varela is 2 for 2. He's trying to tie this game. He smashes one foul over the head of the first base coach. Strike one. We'll have more scores as they become final on the State Farm Major League scoreboard, but those are the ones furthest along, the two finals from Yankee Stadium and Turner Field, and then the 2 games in the National League. They're in the 9th inning. Varela takes a strike, a snap throw to second by Tommy Duenas, and Augie Marino back safely. That throw by Tommy, short hop to the left of the bag, and Brandon Wood had to backhand it to prevent a wild toss. Edgar Varela, a .283 hitter, is 2 for 2 today. He singled into center with 2 out in the first inning, and singled into left center his next time up in the 4th inning. Edgar, a left-handed batter. An 0-2 pitch is high and out, or a 1-1 pitch rather, is high and outside. I think the count is 2-1. Big crowd here. Why not? Minor League Baseball, the most affordable, fun, wholesome family entertainment there is. Varela drives one into left center. Quan can't get it. The game is tied. A runner rounding third. The throw home is cut off. Edgar Varela is 3 for 3. And South Bend has tied the game with 3 straight hits here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2-2 the score. Edgar Varela, his 27th RBI of the year, drives home Augie Marino. Great try by Quan Cosby in right center. Quan dove in and blocked it on a sliding attempt. But South Bend is finally caught up. They score for the first time since the first inning, and we're tied in the 6th, 2-2. The batter, Miguel Montero. Let's see if Edgar Varela is running. He has no steals this year. A double play ball. Brandon Wood feeds second baseman Rodriguez. Sean to first. Double play. And it went 6-4-3, short second to first. Miguel Montero ends the Silverhawks 6th by wrapping in to an inning double play. But 3 straight hits by the Silverhawks, and they tie the game here in the 6th inning. 1 run on 3 hits, a man caught trying to steal second. No Colonel errors, and South Bend leaves nobody on. Brand new game as we go to the top of the 7th. Kernels and Silverhawks tied 2-2. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Kernels fans, your Cedar Rapids Taco Bell restaurants have something new for you to cheer about this season. A Taco Bell 10 spot. When the Kernels score 10 or more runs in any game this season, you'll score beef tacos for just 39 cents the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell. That's a savings of 50 cents per taco, limit 10 per customer. Remember, when the Kernels put up a Taco Bell 10 spot by plating 10 or more runs in any game, you get up to 10 39-cent beef tacos the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell.
Knowing who you are is important. At Kirkwood Community College, we know who we are. We are accessibility. We are quality. We are opportunity. We are community. Who are you? We can help you learn. Kirkwood.edu.
We go to the top of the 7th inning. 16 hits in the game. 9 for the Kernels. 7 for South Bend. Get a 2-2 game. Top of the order for the Kernels. Howie Kendrick, Matt Pauley, Brandon Wood to face righty Dustin Glantz. Glantz has pitched out of trouble all afternoon long. The Kernels have yet to be retired in order. Howie, the leadoff batter, stands in and watches a curve stay high, ball 1. Kendrick singled and scored in the first, bounced to third in the third, and walked, leading off the 5th inning, but he was stranded. Ball 2 low and away from Dustin Glantz. The Kernels have a right-hander up in their bullpen. David Austin warming up for the Kernels. Beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon. Howie pumps one foul straight back. Top of the 7th inning. The Kernels scored a run in the first. South Bend answered it. The Kernels scored a run in the third. South Bend with 3 hits to open up the 6th against Michelle Samar. Tied the game at 1 on those 3 hits. A bouncer up the middle. The shortstop far to his left. Tila Reynolds with a terrific play. Ranging far to his left. Gets Howie Kendrick for the first out here in the 7th inning. Boy, Tila had to go a long, long way to his left. And he extended himself fully. And then from shallow center got Howie Kendrick. 1 out, and here's Matt Pauley in the 7th inning. Matt has 2 of the Colonel 9 hits. He swings and dribbles one foul behind the plate. Outfield plays Matt straight away. He wears a pair of white batting gloves, and he has the eye black stripes below both of his eyes. Matt stands straight away from the left side. And drills one into deep center. Back goes Cook, and he leaps and makes a sensational catch. What a catch by Jeff Cook. The crowd gives him a standing ovation. Matt Pauley had a triple taken away from him on Jeff Cook's sensational catch in center. Matt Pauley would have had a triple, but Jeff Cook, going back with his back to the infield, left his feet and made a sensational catch. Too bad this one won't make Web Gems on ESPN's Baseball Tonight. That was a fantastic grab by Jeff Cook, the center fielder, to rob Matt Pauley of an extra base hit. Brandon Wood tries to lay a bunt down. It's foul, strike 1. What a catch by Cook in center. That ball was hit a ton by Matt Pauley and was soaring over his head before he left his feet. And with his back to the infield, somehow extended himself fully, stretched out, and made the grab. Now a swing and a foul straight back by Brandon Wood. He's in the hole, 0-2. David Austin will likely take over on the hill for the Kernels in the bottom of the 7th in this 2-2 game. Brandon Nothing for two with the walk today. Takes in the dirt for ball one. Justin Glant is trying to retire the Kernels in order for the first time this afternoon. The Kernels have had base runners all over the place today, but have only managed 2 runs. Brandon stays alive and tips one foul at the feet of the umpire, Robert Price. The crowd came alive on that great catch in center by Jeff Cook to rob Matt Pauley of his 3rd hit of the day. And I think Pauley would have had a triple because had Cook missed it, he'd have been flat on his belly and had to go retrieve it. Ball 2 in the dirt to Brandon. Poor Miguel Montero is taking a beating behind the plate with all the change-ups that Glant has thrown in the dirt this afternoon. Matt Brown is on deck for the Kernels. Maybe Brandon can get a hold of one here. He knocks it high in the air, foul down the right field line. A week from today, the first 1,000 of your youngsters 12 and under to come to the ballpark. The gates open at 1. If you're among the first 1,000, you will be presented with a baseball glove courtesy of McDonald's. A real baseball glove, kids. So come early next Sunday. The gates open at 1 at 2 o'clock start. Swing and a miss by Brandon Wood, and for the first time today, the Kernels are gone in order. It's 7th inning stretch at Kovaleski Stadium on this beautiful Sunday. A new hurler likely to come on for the Kernels. Bottom of the 7th is where we're headed, tied at 2. This is Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Mike Greenberg and Mike Golick.
Joel Walton, is your son dating Britney Spears?
I'm very concerned here, guys.
Concerned?
Well, I thought Britney was married. And now Luke has been more than a bit disingenuous with me. All this time, he's been telling me he has spent every single day in church, and now I'm finding out how sad, how disappointing this is a low point in my life.
Mike and Mike, weekdays from 6 to 10 Eastern, only on ESPN Radio.
Look around you. Everyone's different. Some of us are tall, many of us are short. If you think about it, there are many important differences among people. That's what makes us all individuals. Insurance needs are individual, too. Talk to your Pekin Insurance Agency, Sheets, Forrest, Draper Insurance in Marion, about the proper insurance coverages for your individual needs. See Scott Draper at Sheets, Forrest, Draper in Marion about insurance for your home, auto, life, health, or business. You can depend on your hometown professionals with Pekin Insurance.
From the TV9 First Alert Weather Lab, I'm meteorologist Noelle Williams. Your forecast for today calls for a nice, pleasant, warm day with partly cloudy skies and a high around 80. Overnight tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 63. And as we head through Monday, we'll see mostly sunny skies, breezy, and warm conditions, highs around 87. That's a look at your latest First Alert forecast on the Zone. ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
Magnificent performance in his 11th start of the year for Michel Samar. A U.S. Cellular call to the Kernel bullpen has right-hander David Austin taking over in the bottom of the 7th with the score tied at 2. Michel Samar spun 6 innings, allowed 2 runs, only 1 earned on 7 hits. Michel struck out 3. He only walked 1. Michel Samar with a terrific outing this Sunday afternoon in South Bend. He gives way to David Austin. David, a 23-year-old, 15th round pick of the Angels last year out of the University of South Florida in Tampa. He is a 6-foot, 1-inch right-hander. And he'll face the lower third of the Silverhawk order here in the bottom of the 7th. Austin deals a strike in at the knees, outside corner to Alex Frazier. Alex is struck out and lined to center. David fires low, a fastball. David Austin pitched a scoreless inning Thursday night in the Kernel win. The 11-inning triumph in Burlington. A beautiful breaking pitch, drops in for strike 2 call. David Austin has pitched 4 scoreless innings, allowing 1 hit, striking out 4, walking 2 in his first 2 Kernel appearances. Austin was 4-2 in 20 relief appearances with Provo last year, 3 starts. The count even now to the lean, tall, right-handed batter Alex Frazier out of Auburn University. Ball 2 was low to Alex Frazier. 2-2 our score, bottom of the 7th. Swing and a miss on a curveball. David Austin pulled the string and fans Alex Frazier to start this 7th inning. The Kernels are riding a 4-game winning streak. Started play today in a dead heat, a tie for first in the Western Division first half standings with Kane County. The Cougars are hosting West Michigan in Geneva, Illinois this afternoon. Second place Peoria right on the heels of the Kernels and Cougars. They're at home against Battle Creek. Here's a high, deep drive into left. Quan Cosby glasses down in front of the warning track with the catch. John Kaplan is 0 for 3 as he flies out to deep left center. 2 gone in the 7th inning in this 2-2 game. We'll be checking in with our in-studio engineer, Emily, after the Silverhawks bat in the 7th inning. I have a feeling we'll have a few more finals to share with you on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. The number 9 hitter, Emilio Bonifácio, steps in. He's 0 for 2. Switch hitter batting left, wide stance, and he bats from a rather deep squat. He fakes a bunt and then swings late and misses a David Austin fastball, strike 1. Wayne Hedden, who was struck in the left knee with a line drive in the 8th inning last night, I was told by both pitching coach Eric Bennett and trainer Brian Rinker that Wayne is doing fine. He has a very sore left kneecap, but all things considered, Wayne is coming along just fine with that recovery on that bullet he took off his left knee. A bunt attempt, and Bonifacio fouls it at the feet of Tommy Duenas, strike 2. 2-2 the score in the bottom of the 7th. A big crowd here at Kovalevsky Stadium. A right-hander is back on his feet in the right field Silverhawk bullpen, Ruben Vincente. Austin's next delivery is swung on and missed, strike 3. Emilio Bonifacio down on strikes, and David Austin, with a brilliant first inning of relief of Michelle Samar, retires the lower third of the Silverhawk order in order. We go to the top of the 8th inning at Kovalevsky Stadium. We've got a great game for you on this Sunday afternoon. Kernels and Silverhawks knotted at 2. This is Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Can you believe those gas prices? As your inner voice, let me just say that this is going to put a crimp in the vacation plans.
You know, I've been thinking.
Uh-oh, she's thinking.
Collins Plaza has this Sleepless in Cedar Rapids thing where you get overnight stay in a deluxe room or suite with a bottle of chilled bubbly. Plus, there's that yummy Collins Plaza champagne brunch on Sunday. A little weekend getaway for less than $150. It sounds nice, doesn't it?
Wait a minute. Is it possible she's speaking little grains of truth here? A weekend at the Collins Plaza would be kind of a vacation. Some quiet time, a break in the routine. I'm sure they've got ESPN on the tube.
Just the two of us, alone, in a hotel room, sleepless in Cedar Rapids. What do you think of that idea, big boy?
College Plaza, sleepless in Cedar Rapids. A vacation on less than a tank of gas. Oh, the answer here would be, yes. Now nod and smile.
Maybe I'll even let you watch a little ESPN.
All roads lead to the Cedar Rapids Museum of Art for the spectacular exhibit of more than 200 treasures from ancient Rome. Art in Roman life, villa to grave, is installed in a stunning setting that emulates a Roman villa. Decorated with precious art and artifacts, many of these works are on display for the first time since their discovery. Step back 2,000 years to experience the world as seen through the eyes of the Romans.
Art in Roman life, villa to grave, now at the Cedar Rapids Museum of Art.
Right-hander Ruben Vincente is on the hill as we open up the 8th inning in relief of starter Dustin Glantz in a 2-2 game. Matt Brown, the first up against the right-hander. Matt lifts one into left. Back goes John Kaplan in front of the track, and he has it. Matt Brown hit it pretty well, but he's 0 for 4. First pitch swinging, he flies to left. The final line on starter Dustin Glantz, 7 innings pitched. He gave up 2 runs on 9 hits. He fanned 5. He walked 2. He cannot win. He cannot lose. Ruben Vincente is 2-1 this year. He's on for the 18th time out of the Silverhawk bullpen. A 5.12 ERA. He's pitched 19 1/3 innings, and a strike is in at the knees to Aaron Peel. In 19 1/3, Vincente has given up 22 hits. He's fanned 10 and walked 7. The league hitting .282 against him. Aaron Peel hits one to deep right, but right there for the out is Mike Goss. Aaron Peel, 2 for 4, is the second out. Kernels not going very deep into counts here against the new hurler, Ruben Vincente. 2 gone already in the 8th inning. The batter, Caleb Mayer, he's nothing for 3. Ruben Vincente is a 24-year-old right-hander from the Dominican Republic. Strike 1 called at the knees to Caleb Mayer. We told you our Kernel of Wisdom would explain the naming of Shea Stadium in New York City. Ball 1 outside to Caleb. Shea Stadium named after the man responsible for bringing National League Baseball back to the Big Apple after it left in 1958. After the 58 season, the Dodgers fled Brooklyn and the Giants left the Polo Grounds. A bouncer to short. A high hop for Keeler Reynolds, and he throws out Caleb Mayer. Down in order go the Kernels at the hands of relief pitcher Ruben Vincente. 1-2-3-0 across, and after 7.5, it's still the Kernels 2 and South Bend 2. We'll tell you more about William Shea, for whom Shea Stadium is named, when the Silverhawks come to bat in their 8th inning. It's 2-2 in South Bend, and you're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
There's a dream that lies in your heart to tell you you're one of a kind. This is your time just for you. Rise up, be strong. Originality lasts a whole lot long. Nothing better. Dr. Pepper. The taste of originality, Dr. Pepper. Salute individuality, Dr. Pepper. Do what you do, the moment I come. You're not like anyone. Nothing's better. Dr. Pepper. Do what you do, the moment has come. You're not like anyone. Nothing's better. Dr. Pepper.
South Bend has the top of their order up to face reliever David Austin here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 2-2 game. Ball 1 upstairs. The left-handed hitting Mike Goss. He reached on a Brandon Wood throwing error in the first and scored. Line to left in the third. Tripled but was stranded with 2 outs his last time up in the 5th. Ball 2 up and away from David Austin. Our Kernel of Wisdom, William Shea, for whom Shea Stadium is named for, was responsible for bringing National League Baseball back to New York City after the Dodgers and Giants left after the 58 season. A pitch smoked right through the box past the glove of David Austin, and Mike Goss, the go-ahead run here in the 8th inning, aboard at first with nobody out. Man, Goss got ahead 2-0, and he drilled it through the box. The 8th hit of the day for the Silverhawks. The second in a row for Mike Goss. That brings up Keeler Reynolds. Let's see if South Bend bunts here to put the go-ahead run at second in the 8th inning. The original plan by William Shea was to buy a team and move it to New York City, and he approached 3 very established franchises. He went to Powell Crosley and asked if he could buy the Reds. Powell Crosley said no. Then he approached Pittsburgh Pirate owner John Galbraith, was refused then, and Bob Carpenter declined his offer to move the Phillies to New York City. Ball 1 low from Austin as Keeler Reynolds was squaring to bunt. So, in 1959, William Shea developed a brand new strategy. He formed a new major league. It was going to be called the Continental League, and he made Branch Rickey the president. And these were the cities. The go-ahead run goes to second on a wild pitch right through the legs of Tommy Duenas. David Austin's in a heap of trouble now. The go-ahead run at second with nobody out here in the top of the bottom of the eighth inning. That one went right through the legs of Duenas. A wild pitch on David Austin. Now Keela Reynolds may try to bunt the go-ahead run to third here in the bottom of the eighth inning. The Continental League, the new strategy employed by William Shea was to start play in 1961. It would have a franchise in New York City, Houston, the Twin Cities, Toronto, and Denver. And then two more cities would be added, and they were to start play in 1961. So we could have had a second major league, the Continental League, back in 1961. A throw to second, and the runner just got back. Branch Rickey was named president of the Continental League, but it never got off the ground because the American and National Leagues did decide to expand, and thus were born the New York Metropolitans, the Mets. And William Shea was responsible for those 3 or 4 years back in the late 50s and early 60s for fighting hard and bringing National League Baseball back to New York City. That's why the name Shea Stadium. That's our kernel of wisdom. Keela Reynolds is ahead 2-0. He's swinging. Ball 3 low. David Austin looked good in the 7th inning, but he's hit a snag here in the 8th inning in a 2-2 game. South Bend runner at second, nobody out. Mike Goss, he singled into center, advanced to second on a wild pitch. There's a strike on a 3-0 count. Matt Brown is playing a good 18 feet off the line, even with the bag at third. Keela Reynolds, nothing for 3, is a right-handed batter. A base hit would likely give the Silverhawks the lead here in the 8th inning. Ground ball fair, past third. This will be an extra base hit. South Bend leads it 3-2 on a double by Keela Reynolds. Well, we told you where Matt Brown was playing, off the line, and Keela Reynolds smacked a 3-1 pitch fair past third. And South Bend leads the game now in the 8th inning, 3-2. Now the key for the Kernels, keep it a one-run game, if at all possible. If at all possible, keep it a one-run game. It's 3-2 Silverhawks. David Austin unable to come back and get Keela Reynolds, and here comes Eric Bennett, the Kernel pitching coach. Now the heart of the order for the Silverhawks as they try to break this Kernel 4-game winning streak. Let's take a look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard as South Bend takes the lead here in the 8th inning. It's brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Lanny Peterson, Gary Shubat, and Dale Thompson. In the National League, 3 games are final. At Turner Field, the Braves beat Philadelphia 6-4. The Mets at Shea Stadium, named after William Shea, we just told you that. Mets harpoon the Marlins 5-2, and a final from Great America Ballpark. The Reds edge Montreal 6-5. And in the American League One final, the Yankees edge Texas in the Bronx 2-1. Both the Yankees and Mets playing at home today. Jeff Cook takes a curve low and in. Cook has been impossible to retire today. An RBI single in the first, a walk in the fourth, a single in the 6th inning. Lost opportunities have cost the Kernels. They trail now 3-2. Breaking pitch, a strike called. 1-1 to Jeff Cook. If we can keep it a one-run game, I really like our chances in the top of the 9th inning, but it's going to be tough to keep it a one-run game. Keela Reynolds, with his 5th double of the year, grounded it between Matt Brown and third to drive in a run. A ground ball foul past third, and the left-handed batter Cook is in the hole 1-2. I really feel that if we can keep this a one-run game, we have a good chance in the 9th inning to tie it or take the lead. Billy Biggs with 10 saves is warming up for the Silverhawks in their right field bullpen. They may bring him in the 9th inning. A ground ball to the right side. Diving stop by Caleb Mayer. He throws to the pitcher covering. A dandy play by Caleb. The runner goes to third with 1 out. Jeff Cook is finally retired. It took a diving stop to his right by Caleb Mayer, and then from his knees he led David Austin perfectly for the first base to pitcher put out. Runner at third, one out. Augie Murillo at the plate. After David Austin fell behind Mike Goss 3-0, he lined his single right back through David Goss. David just missed it. And then the key to the whole inning, a wild pitch by David, allowed Mike Goss to go to second. Up to the mound, Tommy Duenas. Billy Biggs warming up for South Bend in their right field bullpen. He may work the ninth inning with his 10 saves. The Kernels may make a pitching change now. Bobby Magallanes took a step out towards the mound, and then he retreated back into the Colonel third base dugout, so perhaps Bobby's going to let David Austin face the right-handed batter. Augie Murillo. Augie doubled and scored to tie this game back in the sixth inning at 2. Infield in for the Kernels. David Austin misses upstairs, ball one. We're glad you're with us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon in South Bend. With one out, bottom of the eighth, a runner at third for the Silverhawks. David Austin choked the curveball up and almost swung it over the head of catcher Tommy Duenas. 2-0 now to Augie Murillo. Murillo. The Kernels won it last night, 6-4. Even though we have 9 hits this afternoon, we've only scored 2 runs. Now they're going to put Augie Murillo on intentionally. There's ball 3 outside. And there's ball 4. First and third, one out, and a left-handed batter, Edgar Varela, coming up, and Bobby Magallanes coming out of the Colonel third base dugout. Bobby's going to make a pitching change. He's bringing in 6'6" right-hander Alan Buckley. David Austin works an inning and a third. So far, he's surrendered 1 run on 2 base hits. David struck out 2. He walked 1. And Alan Buckley is taking over here in the bottom of the 8th inning, 3-2 Silverhawks. The All-Star Game. The Midwest League All-Star Game, Tuesday, June 22nd at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. And tickets are going quickly. We'll have fireworks after the game. Rob Dibble will be on hand, the former nasty boy with the Cincinnati Reds, former Cedar Rapids Red pitcher. Rob Dibble, now a highly acclaimed radio personality. You hear him every weekday afternoon on the Zone. Rob Dibble will be there. Tickets for the All-Star Game, you can order them online at www.kernels.com, Kernels, or by calling our box office at 896-7560. 896-7560 is the number to call for All-Star Game tickets. 896-7560. Alan Buckley pitched very well Tuesday night in a Colonel loss in Burlington in relief of Michelle Samar. He went 2 innings, allowed no runs, 1 hit, 1 strikeout, no walks. And Alan Buckley has come on trying to keep this a 1-run game in the bottom of the 8th inning. South Bend is broken through with a run, and they have runners at first and third with only 1 out. Alan Buckley, 1-0 on the year, a 6.57 ERA with a save. He's pitching for the 18th time. In 24 2/3, Allen has surrendered 26 hits. He's fanned 20 batters at 24 2/3, walked 14. The league hitting .271 against right-hander 6'6" Alan Buckley. South Bend trying to break the game open, and the Kernels trying to stay within striking distance, 1 run behind. Augie Murillo may be running. He has 6 steals and 7 tries. Augie Murillo leading off first base. Keeler Reynolds at third with 1 out. Big crowd here at Stanley Kovalevsky Stadium, well over 4,000. Varela, a left-handed batter. and he pops one foul. Out of play to the left, strike one. The Kernels have 9 hits in this game, have stranded 7 men. Can they turn a double play, get a pop-up or strikeout? That's what Alan Buckley wants. Ball one outside, a fastball to Edgar Varela. The hits are all even now at 9 apiece. Ground ball to second. Rodriguez flips to Wood on to first. Spectacular double play. Turned by the Kernels. Sean Rodriguez started a spectacular 4-6-3 double play. A smash up the middle by Edgar Varela. Sean backhanded it. Then from his glove, unloaded to Brandon Wood. Brandon barehanded through to first for a big league, big time all-star double play. It went 4-6-3, a one-hop smash by Varela, and that was some double play started by Rodriguez. Wood was the keystone man, and it went 4-6-3. Alan Buckley keeps the Kernels right in this game. 1 run in the 8th for South Bend on 2 base hits, a wild pitch, a walk. There were no Kernel errors, and the Silverhawks leave a runner. They've stranded 5. That was some double play started by Rodriguez, turned by Sean and Brandon Wood. We go to the top of the 9th. It's South Bend leading the Kernels 3-2. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Most of us have been in a situation before in buying an automobile where what we owe is more than what our vehicle is worth. And sometimes it's thousands of dollars. There is a better way to put yourself in a better position when it comes to value, quality, and reliability. Put yourself into an industry-leading Honda automobile from Randy Keel Honda. The Odyssey minivan boasts being #1 in safety and the #1 minivan on the market for the last 5 years. The Honda Accord leads the way in safety and has made the Car and Driver's Top 10 list more than any other car in history. The Pilot topped the SUV categories in its first year out and remains a class leader. And the CRD continues leading in its class since its arrival in 1997. The subcompact Element is so functional and practical, they're selling as fast as they arrive. So doesn't it make sense to get the best value in the market at Randy Keel Honda? Great folks to deal with, too, and #1 when it comes to getting you the best price. The home of confidence is Randy Keel Honda, Centerpoint Road, or on the web at randykeel.com.
When it comes to fun in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, nothing compares to the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub. As you bask in the soothing comfort of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub, you'll be taking the action from a breathtaking perch just above the left field wall. Register for your chance to be drawn as the winner of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub by visiting Westdale Mall.
Bolstered by a beautiful double play, Rodriguez to Wood to Caleb Mayer, the lower third of the Kernel order, to face right-hander Billy Biggs. He's 24 years old. He's not a big guy, 6 feet 200, and he's from the University of West Virginia. He delivers a strike to Tommy Duenas. Tommy is 1 for 3. He singled his last time up. Top of the 9th inning, and the Silverhawks lead it by a run, 3-2. Billy Biggs, 2-1 with 10 saves, on for the 18th time. Check that, on for the 16th time. He's 2-0, 10 saves with a 1.59 ERA. Tommy Duenas bounces one foul beyond the Kernel third base dugout. He's in the hole, 0-2. Billy Biggs, 24 years old, appeared in 54 games with the Lancaster Jethawks in the Cal League last year. 8 saves in 54 games. He won 2, he lost 5. His forte is control. He's only walked 4 batters in 22 2/3 innings. Now Tommy steps out. 9 hits for each team. That was some double play turned by Rodriguez, who from his backhanded side got rid of it to Brandon Wood. Brandon picked it clean with his bare hand and threw to first. That's why the Kernels are still in this game. Swing and a miss by Tommy Duenas. The pitch low and outside, and 1 out in the 9th inning. I still like our chances, though. Sean Rodriguez, 2 for 2 with 3 runs scored last night, is 3 for 3 today. He tripled and scored to give the Kernels a 2-1 lead back in the third inning. The Kernels looking to score for the first time since the third inning. Billy Biggs in 22 2/3 has given up 15 hits, fanned 22, walked only 4, an ERA of 1.59. Sean Rodriguez is 4 for 4. He grounds one over the hill into center. Sean Rodriguez is 4 for 4 for the Kernels. And the Kernels have the tying run at first, their 10th hit of the day with 1 out here in the 9th inning. Quan Cosby the batter. Sean Rodriguez grounds one over the pitcher's head into center. Sean is 6 for 6 in the series, 4 for 4 today. His father, Johnny Rodriguez, sitting right behind home plate, will be our dugout interview guest tomorrow evening. Quan Cosby, 0 for 2, a sacrifice fly in the third. Takes the ball high. Quan threatened to bunt, but pulled the back in time. 3-2 Silverhawks. Sean Rodriguez has 11 steals and 13 tries. He's being held at first by Edgar Varela. Ball 2 outside from the South Bend right-hander. Biggs takes the trip on the backside of the slope. He's only 6 feet tall. One of the premier relievers in the Midwest League from Charleston, West Virginia, a 40th round pick by Arizona back in 2002. 10 saves. All 3 to Quan Cosby. He may take a pitch or 2 now. That double play started by Rodriguez to end the 8th inning, a key play in this game. Otherwise, the Silverhawks would have a much bigger cushion. Ball 4. Quan walks on 4 pitches. And the Kernels have a tying run at second. The go-ahead run at first with only 1 out here in this top of the 9th inning, down by a run, 3-2. Jeff Pico, the Silverhawk pitching coach, paying a visit to the mound to talk to his right-hander, Billy Biggs. This crowd is in some degree of nervous anticipation. Howie Kendrick, a .354 batter, now will be at the plate for the Kernels with the tying run. Sean Rodriguez at second. The go-ahead run, Quan Cosby first. Remember, on the Zone tonight, you can enjoy Big League Baseball. The Chicago White Sox taking on the Seattle Mariners at Safeco Field. I shared with you last night my thoughts about this Kernel Ball Club, not only the top-notch baseball talent they possess, but just the wonderful kids they are. And in my praise and recognition, I neglected, and I don't know why, I neglected to make the host families a big part of why these kids are so happy and well-adjusted and terrific community citizens. Our host families do a tremendous job. Lanny Peterson started that host family program 5 or 6 years ago, and it's grown to the point where we have a waiting list of families now that would love to host Kernel players. Howie Kendrick, a right-handed batter, takes inside and high, ball 1. Ball 2 up and in from Billy Biggs to Howie Kendrick. So many of the host families come to road games, especially the commuter trips to Burlington, Quad Cities. Well, we haven't been to Quad Cities yet, but we've seen them in Clinton and Burlington. We've seen them up in Appleton, Wisconsin. And those host families make our guys feel so relaxed, loved, and cared for, and that's what these kids need. They are young men, but I emphasize young. Howie loops one into center field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Sean Rodriguez he'll score now. The center fielder bobbles it. Sean will score to tie the game. Sean Rodriguez slides across the plate. He was going to stop at third on the base hit looped into center by Howie Kendrick, but then when center fielder Jeff Cook overran it, in came Sean Rodriguez on an error by the center fielder, and the Kernels have tied the game 3-3 here in the top of the 9th inning. Quan Cosby held at second on the base hit into center by Howie Kendrick. And an error should be charged to Jeff Cook, who fumbled the ball. Rodriguez stopped at third, but then Bobby Magallanes pumped his arms, saying, "Come on home, Sean," and Sean did to tie the game. Ball one outside from Biggs to Matt Pauley. Cosby the go-ahead run at second. Howie Kendrick has singled in Sean Rodriguez. So far, no error charged to the center fielder. Now Matt Pauley strokes one foul off the railing of the Kernel third base dugout. Howie Kendrick comes through with a run-scoring single. I suppose now, since I don't see an error, they won't charge an error to Jeff Cook. 1 ball, 1 strike on Matt Pauley. He has a hit today, and he nubs one foul towards the first base Silverhawk dugout. Howie Kendrick ties this game at 3 with an RBI single into shallow center. Juan Cosby the go-ahead run at second in this 3-3 ball game in the top of the 9th inning. Pauley has 2 hits today. I said he had 1. A bouncer to first. Could be a double play. Throw to the shortstop, out at second. Return throw to first. Out! How did they call Matt Pauley out? Ooh, he was safe, but they called him out. A double play ends the Kernel 9th inning. The Kernels tie the game. That double play went 3-6-3. Pauley looked safe by a foot and a half at first base, but somehow Dixon Sermon called him out. In the 9th inning, 1 run for the Kernels on 2 base hits. There were no Silverhawk errors. The Kernels left 1 man on and have stranded 8. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. It's the Kernels 3, the Silverhawks 3, and you're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Okay, I'm dropping my daughter off at daycare, and as I'm walking out, I see myself in the double door. Uh-oh is right. My hair looks terrible. My ends are all scraggly, and my roots. Did you see my roots? I can't believe I've been walking around like this.
Have you tried cost cutters?
Oh, I'd love to get my hair done, but who has the time? With work and the kids, I barely have time to find matching socks, let alone time for my hair. Besides, I need the work.
Just go to Cost Cutters. They'll have you in and out and looking great in no time.
Yeah?
Yeah. At Cost Cutters, the stylist will keep you looking great with a new cut, some color, even highlights. Check out mine.
Oh, so Cost Cutters is your secret.
Yep. I even get my favorite products there. You know, shampoo, conditioner.
That's it. I'm going to Cost Cutters. Right now. And my roots. Thank you.
There are a dozen Cost Cutters here in our area, each offering a relaxed, convenient hair care experience with no appointments and no hassles. Cost Cutters make things easy and affordable with professional stylists who care about you. Cost Cutters. Live your life. We always have time for your hair.
Butterflies in your stomach. You know the feeling, like when you're not sure you found the best loan. Well, set those butterflies free. Talk with a knowledgeable banker at Wells Fargo. Whether you're interested in a home equity loan, mortgage, or auto loan, they can help you find a product that's just right for you, including unique financing options you won't find anywhere else. And every Wells Fargo loan has competitive rates and affordable payment options. So be sure you found the best loan. Call or visit Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo, the next stage. Wells Fargo Bank and Equal Housing Lender.
The Kernels, off one of the best relief pitchers in the league, score a run in the top of the 9th inning. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Alan Buckley will face Miguel Montero, who's nothing for 3. Ball one outside from Alan Buckley. We're tied at 3 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Boy, this Kernel ball club has been something to watch this spring. They just have that way of pulling together and fighting. They have a fighting spirit. Swing and a foul. Strike 1 on Miguel Montero. Sean Rodriguez with a 1-out single. Juan Cosby walked. Howie Kendrick dumped a single into center to tie the game. And then a very controversial double play. Matt Pauley spanked it to first baseman Edgar Valera. To be sure, Valera threw to second to force Kendrick, but then the return throw to Valera, and Matt Pauley looked to be already by the base, but they called him out. To end the inning, ball too low to Montero. He skies one to deep left. Matt Pauley way back, and it's a extra base hit off the top of the wall. Montero at second with nobody out. Oh, Miguel Montero narrowly missed the game-winning home run. He's at second as the winning run here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Alan Buckley will try to send it to the 10th inning, but he'll have his work cut out for him now. Oh, brother. Wow, Miguel Montero bashing one high over the head of Matt Pauley off the wall and left. It narrowly missed being a home run. Don't put it beyond Alan Buckley to get out of this jam. Alan is a terrific competitor and has shown a great deal of improvement throughout this season. Alan Buckley pitching with the winning run at second, nobody out. Alex Frazier at the plate. The Kernels have out-hit South Bend 11-10. We're tied at 3 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Now time is called as Tommy Duenas comes out to the hill. I think the Kernels are concerned that Miguel Montero may be stealing signs from second base. Tommy Duenas wearing red shin guards and a red chest protector. The Kernels in their red knit batting practice tops. Alex Frazier, a 3-run homer last night, nothing for 3 today. Swings at a curveball and misses strike 1. The Kernels trying to send it into extra innings, have a 4-game winning streak. Tied the game in the top of this inning with a run off one of the best closers in the league, Billy Biggs. Winning run, Montero at second. Alan Buckley's 0-1. Swing and a miss, a curveball. Strike 2. It appears that Alex Frazier has trouble handling that bender, that curveball. Bottom of the 9th inning, 3-3 the score. What a great game. A curve blowing away, ball 1. We're approaching the top of the hour. This game started at 1:36, and it's just a few minutes before 4 at Kovaleski Stadium, downtown South Bend, Indiana. Kernels 11 games over 500. The Silverhawks 16 over. Line drive! Matt Brown caught it. A throw to second, not in time, as Sean Rodriguez could not get to the bag. That's how hard Alex Frazier crushed it. Alex Frazier hit a frozen, scalding BB rope as hard as you can hit it right at Matt Brown. Matt went ahead and threw to second. Sean Rodriguez was a good 20 feet from the base. And Miguel Montero was not picked off second base. Wow, did Alex Frazier ever put a charge into one? He lined out to Matt Brown for the first out of the 9th inning. The batter, John Kaplan, nothing for 3. Kaplan hitting .264, 4 homers, 13 RBIs. Allen's first pitch is high, a ball to the 5'9" right-handed hitter, John Kaplan. John, nothing for 4 last night with a walk. 0 for 3 so far this afternoon. He's a right-handed hitter, and he's ahead 1-0. A curve, ball 2 to John Kaplan. Finals on the State Farm Major League scoreboard that we haven't given you yet. Brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Lanny Peterson, Al Shetler, Gary Shubat, and Dale Thompson at Wrigley Field. The Cubs whip the Pirates 4-1. And in the American League finals we haven't given you, at the Metrodome, the Twins shaded the Tigers 6-5. Kaplan went around on a curveball, strike 1. At Camden Yards this afternoon, Baltimore edged Tampa Bay 5-2. The Yankees 2, Texas 1. Back in the National League, Atlanta topped the Phillies 6-4 at Turner Field. And the Mets bounced the Marlins 5-2 at Shea Stadium. Cincinnati 6, Montreal 5. That game at Great America Ballpark, a final. Ball 3 in the dirt to John Kaplan with Emilio Bonifacio on deck. Alan Buckley surrendering an opposite field leadoff double here in this bottom of the 9th inning. The 10th hit for the Silverhawks. The Kernels tied it with a run in the top of this frame. John Kaplan ahead 3-1. Hits the curve in the dirt, ball 4. John Kaplan walks. Alan Buckley just would not challenge him. He has now the task of facing left-handed hitting Emilio Bonifacio. Emilio, a .259 batter, a homer, 14 RBI. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Bottom of the 8th at Busch Stadium, and the Astros lead the Redbirds 3-2. We'll have a complete wrap-up of all the afternoon action on the big league front on the State Farm Major League scoreboard as part of our Kernel Curtain Call. The number 9 hitter could make the Silverhawks a winner. Ball 1 in the dirt. Alan Buckley has to start throwing strikes. Scott Heinzen is warming up, a lefty in the Kernel bullpen. Alan Buckley came on and got a double play with runners at first and third and 1 out in the 8th inning. A dazzling double play turned by Rodriguez and Brandon Wood. Emilio swings and misses at a fastball, strike 1. Big crowd here. Shirt sleeves, sunny, warm Sunday afternoon. Winning run at second, Miguel Montero, John Kaplan at first. Buckley delivers. A tap back to the mound. Allen fumbles it, throws to first for the out. It should have been a double play. Alan Buckley lost the handle. He got the batter on the comebacker 1-3. He could have started a 1-6-3 double play, but he gets 1 out, and now he faces Mike Goss with runners at second and third, and 2 out. Ooh, that could have been a double play. Probably should have been a double play. A 1-hopper right back to Buckley. Allen squeezed it, and then it fell out of his mitt. He picked it up and threw the batter out. Mike Goss, 2 hits in his last 2 at bats. Now, wait a minute. This is not Mike Goss. This is not Mike Goss. Let's see who this is. He squares to bunt and misses. Well, they said he didn't square to bunt and miss. Ball 1. This is Lino Garcia. Lino Garcia, a right-handed batter, is pinch hitting for Mike Goss. Lino Garcia looked like he was going to bunt. I thought he offered it the pitch. The base umpire said no. Now a curve high to the pinch hitter, Lino Garcia. Lino was nothing for 2 last night before he was lifted for Mike Goss, for whom he's pinch hitting for here in this 9th inning. Lino Garcia at the plate ahead 2-0. A curve. Ooh, the batter didn't go around. Again, Dixon Sermon says no, and Alan Buckley's behind now, 3-0. Keeler Reynolds on deck. Now they may just walk the batter. Yep, they're going to put Lino Garcia on and load the bases, I believe. Yes, they are. Alan Buckley will deliver. Now time is called before ball 4 was delivered home. Well, this one is going down to crunch time. The bases will be loaded with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th, and Kilo Reynolds will try to win it for South Bend. There's ball 4 to Lino Garcia. Kilo Reynolds will try to win this game for the Silverhawks. He gave South Bend a 3-2 lead when he cracked a double past third against David Austin his last time up. Eric Bennett out to the mound. Boy, I thought that Lino Garcia offered it a couple of those pitches, but apparently he did not, and he walks. Bottom of the 9th, 3-3 to score, bases loaded, 2 out. Nowhere to put Keeler Reynolds. Eric Bennett has many strengths as a pitching coach. One of them is his very calm and matter-of-fact demeanor. And that reflects our pitching staff never seems to get ruffled. Tilo Reynolds takes the ball in the dirt, ball 1. Tila, T-I-L-A. Ball 1 from Alan Buckley. Winning run, Miguel Montero at third. Bases loaded, 2 out, bottom of the 9th, 3-3 to score. Whoa, brother, hold on to everything. Are we going to extra innings, or is South Bend going to capture the game here in the 9th inning? A curve outside, ball 2. Wow! Alan Buckley suddenly can't find the strike zone. The 6'6" right-hander peers in at the umpire. Bobby Magallanes asking the home plate umpire, Robert Price, why that pitch wasn't a strike. It looked like Reynolds tried to bunt it. Now the 2-0. Strike call, strike 1. This next pitch is the biggest pitch of the game, because if it's a strike, then you like to Colonel chances. If it's a ball, then the upper hand definitely goes to South Bend. Will Reynolds be swinging? Ball 3 outside. Doggone it. Doggone it. It's 3-1. It's 3-1, and now the crowd will tell you what happened. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Bases loaded, 2 out. Alan Buckley on the 3-1 pitch. Strike 2 called on the inside corner. Strike 2 called on the inside corner. Now every runner will be going. Keeler Reynolds has run the count full. Alan Buckley's next pitch could determine the fate of this ball game. Montero, the winning run at third, bases loaded. Allen has his sign, shakes off Tommy Duenas, and now Tommy comes out to the mound. Winning run at third. Bottom of the 9th inning, we're tied at 3. The Kernels tied it in the top of this 9th inning. And what will happen on this 3-2 pitch to Keeler Reynolds? The Kernels have won 4 in a row. Fought back to tie the game in the 9th today. Base loaded. Here's the 3-2. Ground ball to Brandon Wood. He has it. Throw to first. We're going to the 10th inning. Alan Buckley came through. Alan Buckley came through in the 9th inning. He got Keeler Reynolds to wrap out the shortstop. And we're going to the 10th inning. Alan Buckley came through in the 9th inning. On a 3-1 pitch, he threw strike 2. Then he got Keeler Reynolds to ground Brandon Wood, who, with the full count, had to throw the batter out at first. No runs in the 9th for South Bend. 1 hit, 2 walks. No Colonel errors. The Silverhawks leave the bases loaded. They've stranded 8. What a job by Alan Buckley to send this game to the 10th inning. We're tied at 3. This is Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Unless you have a crystal ball that really works, nobody can foresee all the risks that might become realities. Most of us don't have a foolproof crystal ball, though. That's why it's sensible to consider the calamities that might occur to your car, home, business, or life, and insure yourself against the worst. See Phil Andrews, your Pekin insurance agent, about a well-planned insurance program for your individual needs. The future is uncertain. See your Pekin insurance agent, Phil Andrews at Wattenhammer Andrews Agency.
Hi, this is Dave Town with Five Seasons Transportation and Parking. Do you ever wonder if it's safe to send your child on the bus? It is, and here's a few reasons why. All the buses in Cedar Rapids are equipped with security cameras, so the drivers always know what's happening behind them. The buses also have global positioning systems, or GPS, which means they can be tracked at any time by satellite. Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. Five Seasons Transportation takes safety very seriously, and we've taken many steps to make sure your child will have a safe, easy ride every time they take the bus. Even when your child isn't on the bus, Five Seasons Transportation is helping keep them safe by using pollution-free biodiesel and alcohol fuels, Iowa products that help keep the air clean. And if your child is ever in trouble, they can always flag down a bus for help. I'm Dave Town, and I like to think of the bus as a traveling safety cocoon, motoring along Cedar Rapids streets. And keep in mind, if the bus is that safe and easy for your child, maybe you should think about riding the bus to work. Affordable, convenient, and safe. That's the bus. Ride it.
It's the middle of the Colonel order and the top of the 10th inning. A thriller here in South Bend. 3-3 as we go to the top of the 10th inning. Brandon swings and misses on a 1-0 pitch from Billy Biggs. Strike 1. Brandon is 0-for-3 with a walk this afternoon. Billy Biggs with 10 saves. Delivers a bunt by Brandon Wood. If it stays there, it's going to be a base hit. It is! A bunt single for Brandon Wood. What a resourceful tactic employed by the Colonel shortstop, Brandon Wood. He lays a bunt up the third base side. Billy Biggs and Augie Murillo, the pitcher and third baseman respectively, ran over, and once it stayed on the grass, it had no chance of rolling foul. Let's see if Matt Brown, the Colonel leading run producer, is called upon to bunt here in this 10th inning. Matt Brown may be bunting, or the Colonels may have a hit and run on. Brandon Wood, the go-ahead run at first with nobody out, draws a throw, and he dives back in safely. Top of the 10th inning, score tied 3-3. Part of the Colonel winning streak includes an extra inning victory in Burlington on Thursday night, 2-1. A bunt, and it's a hard bunt. The only play to first, and Out at first is Matt Brown. I thought Billy Biggs had a play at second, but he elected to throw to the first baseman, Edgar Valera. And the Kernels have the go-ahead run at second with only one out on a Matt Brown sacrifice bunt. He bunted it halfway to the mound. I honestly thought Billy Biggs had a play at second base. He took the sure out at first. And now a base hit by Aaron Peel or the on-deck hitter Caleb Mayer could put the Kernels ahead here in the 10th inning. Swing and a miss on a curveball by Aaron Peel. He singled his first two times up. Since then, he's flown to left and flown to right. Aaron trying to give the Kernels the lead. Bounces one to third, and Brandon Wood is tagged out trying to go to third. Oh, bad base running play by Brandon Wood. Don't know what he was thinking. The play was right in front of him, and Brandon Wood is tagged out by Augie Murillo. After Brandon's brilliant bunt single, he was sacrificed to second and then made a very poor base running decision. But those are one of those plays that you just have to chalk up to experience. You hopefully won't see Brandon Wood make that base running mistake 3 or 4, 5 years from now when he hopefully is in the big leagues with the Angels. You learn at this level. You hate to have to swallow those bitter pills by not executing the fundamentals, but Brandon ran right into that out. Reaching on a fielder's choice is Aaron Peel. Caleb Mayer pops one foul. This could end the inning. I think it will. Augie Murillo has to end the 10th inning. We're going to the bottom of the 10th. Caleb Mayer fouls out to third. 0-5 this afternoon. In the 10th inning, it started with a lot of promise. A bunt single by Brandon Wood, but no runs. One hit, no South Bend errors. A base running blunder by the Kernels. They leave one and have stranded 9. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. It's the Kernels and Silverhawks tied at 3. This is Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
When we met at spaghetti, we would never forget the Ojanos. Now it's where mi amore and I dine in. We carry out the lunch and the dinner all the time for lasagna, ravioli, mandacati, cannelloni, tortellini, or try their delicious salads and sub sandwiches too. The Ojanos is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember the Ojanos with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
Your husband has a sore throat and he's whimpering about getting it checked. That's when you make a mental note to yourself, must find family doctor.
How do you find the right doctor for your family?
It was easier than I thought. I called the number and 3 minutes later I had the names of 3 doctors who were in my neighborhood and were taking new patients.
Just call the Mercy Care referral line at 369-4444.
My Mercy Care doctor doesn't rush me out of the room with me saying, but what about, how do I... They take the time to answer my questions, even the silly ones.
It's that extra understanding, compassion, and care that Mercy Care community physicians practice every day.
So I got the doctor thing figured out. Now what do I do about that whimpering husband?
Find the right doctor for your family. Just call 369-4444 or find out more about our family doctors on the web at www.mercycaredoctors.com. Finding a doctor you really like. That's real life. That's the Mercy Touch.
Fantastic performance by Alan Buckley out of the Kernel bullpen. He went an inning and 2/3, no runs, 1 hit, no strikeouts, 2 walks. A U.S. Cellular call to the Kernel bullpen as lefty Scott Heineman taking over. Scott Friday in the Kernel 5-0 win in Burlington, a scoreless inning. Scott Heineman, a southpaw from the Chicago suburbs, went to Princeton, an Ivy League school. Heineman is 0-1 this year. He's pitching for the 16th time out of the Kernel bullpen, an ERA of 5.82. Scott has pitched 17 innings, allowed 14 hits in 17 innings. Struck out 21 in 17 innings, walked 26, the league hitting .215 against southpaw Scott Heineman. Heineman is unscored upon in his last 3 outings. We've got a barn burner here at Kovalevsky Stadium. 3-3 as we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Jeff Cook is first up. He's 2 for 3 with a walk. Jeff Cook is a left-handed batter. And he's facing southpaw Scott Heineman. Scott will work from the stretch to start this 10th inning. A Fastball low and outside to Jeff Cook, the left-handed batter. Cook is hitting .244, 3 homers, 24 RBIs. He corks one in the air, out of play to the left, strike one. In extra innings, the Kernels are 2-2 this season. I want to make sure that's right. We won that extra inning game in Burlington on Thursday night. No, the Kernels are 3-2 in extra innings. I thought we were above 500. Cook bounces one to Caleb Mayer. He backhands it, underhands to Heineman for the out. It was close at first, but Scott Heineman just did beat the batter, Jeff Cook, and Scott Heineman has retired the number 3 hitter on a 2-hopper to Caleb Mayer. It went 3-1, first baseman to pitcher. Augie Murillo at the plate. He doubled and scored to tie the game in the 6th inning at 2. South Bend scored a run in the bottom of the 8th off David Austin. The Kernels tied it off one of the premier closers in the league, Billy Biggs, in the top of the 9th inning. Ball 1 is outside to Augie Murillo. Augie walked his last time up. Scott Heineman working from the stretch. Just misses low for ball 2. This big crowd, most of them have stayed around. A chopper to third, moving to his left. It's grabbed by Matt Brown, who airmails it across the diamond to retire Augie Murillo. Scott Heineman has retired the first 2 Silverhawks here in the bottom of the 10th inning in a 3-3 game. Now Edgar Valera stands in with runners at first and third and 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Alan Buckley got him to hit into a 4-6-3 double play. It was as good a double play as I'll ever see. Turned by Sean Rodriguez, who backhanded it and from his glove let it loose to Brandon Wood. Wood then barehanded it in mid-flight for the force out at second and then threw this batter Valera out at first for a scintillating double play. Ball 1 just missed low to the left-handed hitter, Edgar Valera. Scott delivers a strike call. Boy, Scott Heineman has looked good his last 3 times out. Looks like he's very comfortable now, whereas before he was a little bit fidgety and unsure of himself out there. Now he looks very confident. Ball 2 is high and away to the left-handed batter, Edgar Valera. Bases empty, 2 gone. Bottom of the 10th inning. We're all tied at 3. Valera punches one foul outside third to stay alive. We'll play here tomorrow evening. Dugout interview time is 6:40. 6:40 dugout interview time here tomorrow night. Johnny Rodriguez scheduled to join us, a longtime baseball man, the father of Sean, busting one foul outside of first to remain even on the count 2-2 is Valera. The Kernels start play today, tied for first in the West with King County. A cut fastball just missed apparently, low and outside. The Kernels wanted the call, did not get it from the plate umpire, Robert Price. And now the count is full to Edgar Valera. Ground ball to second. Sean Rodriguez gloves it, and we're going to the 11th inning as Scott Heineman gets 3 ground ball outs, facing the heart or the middle of this South Bend order. Down in order go the Silverhawks in their half of the 10th inning. We head to the 11th. Dandy ball game. It's the Kernels and Silverhawks tied at 3. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Would you like to meet Cedar Rapids River Raiders Kenyon Murray and Dean Oliver and help a great cause? I'm Scott Unash from the Zone ESPN Radio 1600 AM, and I'd like to invite you to the 4th Annual Celebration of Sports Banquet and Auction. It's Tuesday, June 8th at 5:30 at the Collins Plaza in Cedar Rapids. we'll be awarding the Lynn County Male and Female Athletes of the Year, plus we'll salute 2 Special Olympians, and much more. If you support local sports, make plans now to attend. Tickets are $25 and tables of 10 are available. Proceeds from this event help support East Central Iowa Special Olympics and the Sports Tourism Fund at the Cedar Rapids Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. Call the Celebration of Sports hotline at 319-398-5383, extension 121 today to make your reservation. Join me, Scott Nash, in the Zone at the Celebration of Sports Banquet and Auction, Tuesday, June 8th at 5:30 at the Collins Plaza in Cedar Rapids. Remember, call 398-5383, extension 121 to make your reservation. The way to pocket important savings is to take advantage of Chevron Motor Oils and Lubricants from the Hudson Oil Company, your local Chevron oil distributor. Chevron lubricants are made from higher quality base oils for better performance, and that means longer life for your engine. Contact the Hudson Oil Company in Cedar Rapids for details on how you can save time and money with Chevron lubricants. The Hudson Oil Company, serving Iowa with quality lubricants since 1933. Visit Hudson Oil Company at www.hudson.com.
Tommy Duenas is hit by a pitch, a curveball. Billy Biggs didn't mean to, but for the second straight inning in extra innings, the Kernels have their leadoff man aboard. Brandon Wood, a bunt single to open the 10th inning, was sacrificed successfully to second by Matt Brown, but then a ground ball off the bat of Aaron Peel, and Brandon Wood inexplicably tried to go to third and was tagged out by Augie Murillo. That dashed the Kernels' chances in the 10th inning. Now Tommy Duenas is at first for Sean Rodriguez. Sean, 4 for 4 this afternoon. He scored 2 of the Kernel 3 runs. Wow, Sean Rodriguez, 2 for 2 last night. He scored 3 of the Kernel's 6 runs. He walked twice. He's yet to be retired in this series. A throw to first, and Tommy Duenas back safely. South Bend has a southpaw up in their bullpen, and that lefty who just started to twirl is Doug Slaten. Doug Slaten. The runner goes, a swing and a miss, the throw to second. Saved! The shortstop missed the tag. Oh, no, they've called interference on Sean Rodriguez. We're going to have an argument. They've called Sean out. All he did was swing at a high fastball. He did not, I repeat, he did not interfere with the throw by the catcher. But they're sending Tommy Duenas back to first, and I believe they're calling Rodriguez out for interference. He swung at a pitch high, and now he's going to appeal his case. I don't know if they've called him out or what. Tommy Duenas was safe at second base. The plate umpire interceded, Robert Price. And I'll tell you one thing, Sean Rodriguez, they're calling him out. They say he left the batter's box, apparently. That is a poor call by the plate umpire, in my opinion. I'll never criticize an umpire at all in terms of their personhood or their judgment. Well, their judgment, yes. Although the Kernels didn't argue, so I'll give Robert Price my full backing. He made the right call. I didn't see what Sean Rodriguez did other than swing at a pitch high and miss it. And then he must have either interfered with the throw by Miguel Montero or left the batter's box. So 1 on, 1 out. Sean cheated out of the swing. A strike or a ball now to Quan Cosby. They'll give a put-out to the catcher, unassisted put-out to Miguel Montero. The Kernels had the hit and run on. I love the call. You would like to gamble in an extra inning game to make something happen. Now a swing and a miss by Quan, strike 1. Tommy Duenas at first looked like he had stolen second until the plate umpire set things right. The Kernels got an unfair advantage by Sean Rodriguez either interfering with the throw of the catcher or by stepping out of the batter's box. So he's called out. Now Quan fouls one straight back. Billy Biggs failed to save this game in the 9th inning for South Bend. He gave up a run. Gave up a bunt single to Brandon Wood to start the 10th. Pitched around that. Hit Tommy Duenas to start the 11th. Quan Cosby is 0 for 2. He walked his last time up. He bounces one to second. And a good play by the second baseman. He throws Quan out as the runner goes to second. Another bang-bang play at first. The Kernels just can't get a call from Dixon Sturman. A bang-bang play. Quan Cosby is out. The second baseman missed the tag. of Tommy Duenas, so Tommy's in scoring position for Howie Kendrick. They'll pitch to Howie very carefully. He has a chance to break this 3-3 tie in the top of the 11th inning. Emilio Bonifácio tried to tag Tommy Duenas. Tommy rumbled from first to second. He could not do it. He just did get Quan at first. Billy Biggs with a fastball in on the inside corner. Strike one called to Howie Kendrick. Howie tied the game with a clutch one-out single into center in the 9th inning. Howie falls behind in the count as he dribbles one foul to his manager coaching at third, Bobby Magallanes. The flag just beyond the left field foul pole on the grass slope seating berm here at Kovalevsky Stadium, being flown at half-mast in mourning for the passing of former President Reagan. Swing and a miss by Howie. Strike three. The Kernels failed to cash in for the second time after putting the leadoff man aboard in the 10th and 11th innings. Billy Biggs just too tough. No runs for the Kernels in the 11th. No hits, a hit batter. There were no Silverhawk errors. The Kernels strained a runner. We've left 10. And we go to the bottom of the 11th inning with the score still tied at 3. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Dun, 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 dun,
Da, 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 da. Hey, call the A-Team. Hey, Matt, thanks for having us over for the game. You know, we could have had it at my house. My TV is bigger, and my AC works.
I thought you were supposed to get that fixed while your wife was out of town this week.
Oh, man, I totally forgot. And she's coming home tomorrow.
She's going to kill you.
What am I going to do?
You need to call the A-Team.
The A-Team?
Yeah, Ahern Plumbing and Heating. They can get your service in 24 hours. Guaranteed.
I better call Ahern Plumbing and Heating right away.
Here's a fact about the new Veterans Memorial Stadium I bet you didn't know. All of the grounds surrounding our community's newest source of pride are maintained by Greg's Lawn Service. That's right, it's Greg's Lawn Service that provides you with an initial lift when you approach our magnificent new ballpark. Greg's Lawn Service can put their first-class signature on your yard, elevating it to the same immaculate condition you see around the stadium. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest since 1983.
Good morning, Mr. Phelps. The Freedom Festival Great Cardboard Boat Regatta is Sunday, June 27th. Your mission is to build a boat from cardboard capable of racing the course 3 times. Cardboard courtesy of Warehouser is at the Stickle Warehousing parking lot, 308 29th Street Northeast. The Great Cardboard Boat Regatta, part of the Cedar Rapids Freedom Festival, June 24th through July 4th. Further instructions for this mission are online at www.freedomfestival.com. This recording will get very wet.
As we head to the bottom of the 11th in South Bend, let's remind you that we have some wonderful attractions coming up on our homestand before we hit the road again. The homestand starts a 4-game set with Beloit on Thursday, June 10th. It's perfect game baseball card night. The first 1,000 of you Kernel fans to come to the ballpark on Thursday with the gates opening at 6 will receive a set of 2004 Kernel baseball cards, courtesy of Perfect Game. Perfect Game baseball card night. Thursday, June 10th. The gates open at 6, and if you're among the first 1,000, you'll receive a set of Kernel baseball cards. Scott Heineman, Mrs. Lowe, and Miguel Montero. He led off against Alan Buckley in the 9th with an opposite field double over Matt Pauley's head, but Alan Buckley got out of that mess. Montero takes Heineman's next pitch low and away, ball 2. Friday night, Commercial Federal Bank Fireworks Night. Fireworks provided by Commercial Federal Bank this Friday, June 11th. The left-handed batter swings through a fastball and misses strike 1. Montero's double leading off the 9th, his only hit of the day. Kernels have had the best chances to take the lead in this game. A leadoff bunt single by Brandon Wood in the 10th. Tommy Duenas hit by a pitch to start the 11th. Scott Heineman looks in utter disbelief as ball 3 was called inside to Miguel Montero. Good pitch by Scott. I don't know how the batter took it. I don't know how the plate umpire ruled it a ball. Here's a looper to third, and Matt Brown has it. Miguel Montero hit it right on the nose, but lines out to third. And a good job by Scott Hyman to get the left-handed batter on a shot to third. One out here in the 11th inning. 3-3 the score. A week from today, Sunday, the 13th of June, is McDonald's Baseball Glove Day. The first 1,000 girls and boys 12 and under will receive a baseball glove from McDonald's, and it's good enough for Little League, T-ball, or sandlot play. Plugging one foul off to the right is Alex Frazier. He's 0-for-4 this afternoon. 12 hits for the Kernels, 10 for South Bend. They have finally charged an error to the Silverhawks. Back in the Kernel 9th inning, it took them forever to do it, but they have. Ball one low and away. To the batter, Alex Frazier. That error was charged to the center fielder, Jeff Cook, as he overran a base hit off the bat of Howie Kendrick. Sean Rodriguez scored from second. A high pop foul drifting out of play to the right, and the right-handed batter Frazier's in the hole. No balls, 2 strikes. Or no, excuse me, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1-2. The gates open at 1 o'clock next Sunday afternoon for McDonald's Baseball Glove Day. What a neat item to come and receive. Heineman fires outside, and it's 2-2 to Alex Frazier. The sun has disappeared for the moment here in the bottom of the 11th inning in a 3-3 game. Frazier lines one into right. Aaron peels back. It's over his head. And Alex Frazier is going to try. Oh, he'll stop at second. Alex Frazier on a 2-2 pitch lines a double over the head of Aaron Peel. That ball just was hit so hard that it took off on Aaron Peel, jettisoned over his head, and South Bend has a chance to win it now with 1 out in the 11th. Alex Frazier tagging a double over the head of Aaron Peel. I don't know why we threw him a fastball, but we did, and he hammered it over the head of Aaron Peel, the first base runner against Scott Heineman. Here's John Kaplan, a right-handed batter. He'll try to win it here in the 11th for South Bend. Most of this big crowd is still here. John Kaplan walked his last time up. He hits one sharply foul past first, strike 1. The double for Alex Frazier, his first hit of the day and his 13th double of the season. Bottom of the 11th, 1 out, winning run at second. Kaplan, a 5'9" right-handed batter. Straightaway stance facing lefty Scott Heineman for the first time. Scott delivers a strike called at the knees. Heineman ahead of John Kaplan, 0-2. He was ahead of Alex Frazier, 1-2. Even the count at 2-2, and then Alex lashed a double out of the reach of Aaron Peel and right over his head. The 0-2 to the right-handed hitter. Fouled into the backstop just over the head of the on-deck hitter. Emilio Bonifácio. Bonifácio is going to bat right-handed in this 11th inning. He's a switch hitter. Alex Frazier at second with 1 out, the bottom of the 11th. Now a balk has been called on Scott Heineman. Winning run at third, 1 out, a balk on the Colonel lefty. How can you do that? How can you balk a guy to third base in an extra inning game? Lack of concentration, that's how. Lack of concentration. You just can't do that. You just can't balk the winning run to third base in an 11th inning game. You've got to make him earn his way to third. You can't give it to him. But you live with that mistake, and again, hopefully it won't happen later in the hurler's career. A pitch in the dirt, the batter went around, and he's all over the plate umpire. John Kaplan is all over Robert Price, the plate umpire. He better watch it or he'll be tossed out of this game. John Kaplan heading back into the Silverhawk first base dugout, aided by his skipper. John Kaplan says he did not go around on that pitch in the dirt, but he did apparently, according to the plate umpire Robert Price, and there are 2 gone here in the 11th inning. Winning run at third, 2 gone, and Emilio Bonifácio at the plate, batting right-handed. Oh, brother. Excitement, thrill, nervousness, It all is here in the bottom of the 11th inning, just like it was in the bottom of the 9th inning. When the Silverhawks loaded the bases with 2 out, Alan Buckley ran the count full to Tilo Reynolds, and he grounded to Brandon Wood to end that Silverhawk opportunity to win the game. Strike 1 called to Bonifacio, now ball 1 high and away from Scott Hindman. Hindman surrendering a 1-out double to Alex Frazier, balked him to third, and then got John Kaplan on a check swing in the dirt that was ruled a half swing by Robert Price, the plate umpire. Here's a bunt attempt at safety squeeze, and it's bunted foul up on the net just above our heads. Scott Hyman is within a strike and an out of sending this game to the 12th inning. Bottom of the 11th, we're tied at 3. Scott is set and pitches in the dirt. Tommy Duenas just saved the game with a terrific play. Tommy Duenas blocked that pitch in the dirt, and the count's even now to Emilio Bonifacio. Bonifacio's 0-for-4 today. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the batter. Bottom of the 11th, winning run at third. And a little dribbler foul outside third. Tommy Duenas chases it halfway up the third baseline on the grass. Four straight wins for the Kernels, 3 in Burlington to end that series, and 1 last night, beating a team that was 20-7 at home, the South Bend Silverhawks at Kovalevsky Stadium. Tommy Duenas is giving his sign to the Colonel southpaw, Scott 2-2. Slice foul down the right field line into the Silverhawk bullpen. Again, Doug Slaten, a lefty, is warming up down there. He'll likely take over if there is a 12th inning. Doug Slaten would likely pitch it for the Silverhawks. But let's see if there will be a 12th. There will be a swing and a miss, a pitch in the dirt. Tommy Duenas throws to Caleb Mayer to end the inning. Emilio Bonifacio down on strike. South Bend has a great chance to win it. They had a runner at third with only 1 out, but Scott Hindman struck out Kaplan and then got Bonifacio swinging on a pitch in the dirt, and we're going to the 12th inning. In the 11th for South Bend, no runs, 1 hit, a double, a balk, no Colonel errors. The Silverhawks strand a runner. They've left 9. We go to the top of the 12th, and it's still tied at 3. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Most of us have been in a situation before in buying an automobile where what we owe is more than what our vehicle is worth. And sometimes it's thousands of dollars. There is a better way to put yourself in a better position when it comes to value, quality, and reliability. Put yourself into an industry-leading Honda automobile from Randy Keel Honda. The Odyssey minivan boasts being #1 in safety and the #1 minivan on the market for the last 5 years. The Honda Accord leads the way in safety and has made the Car and Driver's Top 10 list more than any other car in history. The Pilot topped the SUV categories in its first year out and remains a class leader. And the CR-V continues leading in its class since its arrival in 1997. The subcompact Element is so functional and practical, they're selling as fast as they arrive. So doesn't it make sense to get the best value in the market at Randy Keel Honda? Great folks to deal with, too, and #1 when it comes to getting you the best price. The home of confidence is Randy Keel Honda, Centerpoint Road, or on the web at randykeel.com.
Faucets leaking, termites feasting, fishing tackle, paints and spackle, tubs, jacuzzis, tapes and movies, everything from A to Z. Tile and lumber, tons of plumbers, elevators, carpet makers, radiators, party favors. Take a look and you'll see. Let your fingers keep walking through Yellow Book. The other book.
When it comes to making their buying decisions, people today let their fingers do the walking through Yellow Book Yellow Pages. It's no wonder. Yellow Book's packed with money-saving coupons, restaurant menus, and vital community info. And with more ads than ever before, it has everything you need right at your fingertips. It's easy to spot. Just reach for the Yellow Directory with the map on the cover and join the smart shoppers who choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Put your business in Yellow Book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
Let your fingers keep walking through Yellow Book. The other book.
Slaten takes over for closer Billy Biggs, who pitched 3 innings as we go to the top of the 12th, tied at 3, and Slaten misses just low, ball 1. To Matt Pauley. Doug is an imposing figure on the mound, 6'5", 200 pounds, 24 years old. He's been in pro ball since the year 2000. Ball 2 low and away to Matt Pauley from Doug Slaten. Billy Biggs, 3 innings pitched, allowed 1 run on 3 hits, struck out 2, walked 1, hit a batter. We're in the top of the 12th, and it's tied 3-3. There's a strike to Matt Pauley. He was taking all the way. Matt singled his first 2 times up, has gone 2 for 5 this afternoon. 12 hits for the Kernels, 11 for the Silverhawks. Slaten's next pitch is fouled away to the left. Strike 2 to Matt Pauley. Pauley, Brandon Wood, Matt Brown to face this southpaw here in the top of the 12th inning. Slaten started 27 games for Lancaster in 2001, and the Cal League went 9-8. All 3 missed outside to Matt Pauley. The count full to the Colonel batter, facing Doug Slaten in his 5th year of professional baseball. A base hit up the middle by Matt Pauley. He tomahawked a high fastball into center, and for the 3rd straight inning, the Colonels have their leadoff man aboard in this extra inning game. The Colonels put their leadoff man aboard, Brandon Wood, on a bunt single in the 10th. Tommy Duenas was hit by a pitch leading off the 11th. Matt Pauley on a 3-2 pitch bounces one over the hill into center. Brandon Wood may be called upon to bunt against this big lefty. A throw to first, and Pauley back standing up. Brandon did tip his hand, was going to bunt. The Colonels tried a hit and run that didn't backfire on them. It just was that the pitch was so high that they tried a hit and run in the 11th inning. A ground ball, double play ball by Brandon Wood. Shortstop to second out, on to first, double play. Well, that erases for the 3rd straight inning as Colonels race chance to take the lead. Brandon Wood hit into a 6-4-3 double play. 2 gone in the 12th inning. Bases empty for Matt Brown. Let's take a look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. It's brought to you for the 9th straight season by State Farm Insurance agent Al Shetler, Gary Shubat, Dale Thompson, and Lanny Peterson. This afternoon in the American League, the Yankees shaded Texas 2-1 in the Bronx. Strike 1 to Matt Brown. At Camden Yards, the Orioles trimmed Tampa Bay 5-4. The Twins edged Detroit at the Metrodome 6-5 today. Kansas City bowed to the Red Sox at Kauffman Stadium 5-3. The 0-1 to Brownie. Lifted in the air to deep right center. Way back, and it's caught. It is caught. A spectacular catch in right center to rob Matt Brown of an extra base hit by Jeff Cook. Jeff Cook with his 2nd sensational catch of this ball game. Matt Brown's bid for a double or triple was turned aside on a sensational catch. A sensational catch in deep right center by Jeff Cook. We're going to keep it right here between innings and give you more scores on the State Farm Major League scoreboard as the Colonels go in the 12th inning. No runs, a leadoff single, but a double play. No Silverhawk errors. The Colonels leave the bases empty. And before we go to the bottom of the 12th, we'll keep it right here. Continuing with our look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. At the Coliseum, the Athletics lead Toronto 4-0 in the top of the 5th inning. Out in Anaheim, our parent clubs had all sorts of trouble handling the Tribe. Cleveland leads in the top of the 4th 5-0 over the Angels. The only other game, you'll hear it tonight on the Zone, the White Sox and Mariners at Safeco Field. Finals from this afternoon in the National League. The Cubs knocked off the Pirates at Wrigley 4-1. Atlanta scalped the Phillies 6-4 at Turner Field. It was the Mets bouncing Florida 5-2 at Shea Stadium today. Houston edged the Cardinals 3-2 at Busch Stadium. A final from Great America Ballpark, the first place Reds leading the Central. They shaded Montreal 6-5. They're in the bottom of the 7th at Coors Field in Denver. The Giants 9, the Rockies 2. Bottom of the 3rd, Bank One Ballpark in Phoenix. Arizona leads the Dodgers 2-0. And in the top of the 1st inning at Petco Park, the Brewers 2, San Diego 0. Now you're all up to speed on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Oh, my goodness. The Kernels put their leadoff man aboard in the 10th, 11th, and 12th, and could not score. That's a real credit to the South Bend Silverhawks. You don't point the finger at the Kernels, you credit South Bend. Here we go to the bottom of the 12th. By far, Scott Hyman's longest outing of the season. The Kernel lefty will just have to keep enduring as the Kernels do get a right-hander up in their bullpen. That looks to be Aaron Pullen. Ball one low and away to Lino Garcia. Garcia came in to pinch hit for Mike Goss in the 9th inning, and he drew a 2-out walk. Ball two just low, according to the plate umpire. To Lino Garcia. Nothing for two last night. Lino may be taking on this 2-0 count. Lino hitting .268, 3 homers, 14 RBIs. Oh, he's swinging, and he drives one in the air to Aaron Teal. Aaron broke in, now treats and has it. 1 out in the 12th inning for South Bend as Lino Garcia on a 2-0 pitch was not taking. He flies to right. We are tied at 3. Let's see if that is Aaron Pullen in the Kernel bullpen. Yes, it is. Aaron Pullen is in the Kernel bullpen. Jesse Smith worked 2 scoreless innings last night. Bob Zimmerman needs a day off, and Wayne Hedden was bashed in the left knee with a base hit. So Aaron Pullen's the last guy we can go to, unless, and I say this not in jest, another guy that could pitch for the Kernels, I believe, would be Sean Rodriguez with his dynamite arm. Swing and a miss, strike one on Keeler Reynolds. Now ball one outside from Scott Hyman. Scott pitched around a 2-out or a 1-out double and a balk in the 11th inning and sent this game to the 12th. Keeler Reynolds, 1 for 4 with an RBI. Swings and misses, strike two. He's 1 for 5 actually. An RBI double in the 8th inning put South Bend ahead 3-2. The Kernels tied it with a run in the 9th inning. Each club has had pretty good chances in extra innings. The Kernels the far better of the chances. Ball two downstairs to the right-handed batter, Keeler Reynolds. Scott Hyman in his 3rd inning of relief, the longest he's gone this season, 2 1/3, back on April 21st. So this matches his longest outing. Ball 3 is low. And it's a full count to Keeler Reynolds with Jeff Cook lurking on deck, a left-handed batter. On this beautiful Sunday afternoon, most of this big crowd is still with us. The payoff pitch. Looped into shallow right. Aaron Teal up with his hand to guard against the sun, and Aaron Teal has that one. Well, Scott Hyman got Keeler Reynolds on a 3-1 pitch to fly to right, 2 away for Jeff Cook here in the bottom of the 12th inning. 3-3 the score in the bottom of the 12th. The Kernels are 3-2 in extra innings. Cook takes low, ball 1 for the lefty. This will likely be Scott Hyman's last inning of work. A chopper outside first, evens the count to Cook, 1-1. Jeff singled home run in the 1st, walked in the 4th, singled, but was caught trying to steal 2nd in the 6th, and then has been retired Caleb Mayer to the pitch recovering his last 2 times up. Cook, a left-handed batter out of Southern Miss. Take strike 2 call. Scott Hyman was within an out and a strike of making it 3 scoreless innings out of the Kernel bullpen. Scott Hyman has worked from the stretch his entire relief outing. The 1-2 to Cook in the dirt, ball 2. Base is empty, 2 away for South Bend. Cook rattles one to second. Sean Rodriguez has it, bobbles it, picks it up, throws in time. Jeff Cook grounds out to second. 3 shutout innings for lefty Scott Heineman out of the Colonel bullpen. 3 shutout innings for southpaw Scott Heineman out of the Colonel bullpen. He's likely done, and what a job he and Alan Buckley did. We go to the top of the 13th in South Bend. It's still the Colonels 3, the Silverhawks 3. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Hey, man, what's up? Just getting ready to kick your butt. Right. And mess up your hair? You just wish you could look this good. Boo! Nothing but that. Hey, I'm a busy guy. I don't have time to make my hair look as good as yours. I mean, who has time to schedule an appointment, let alone show up for it? Not me. I just go to Cost Cutters. I can get in whenever it's convenient for me. Nice shot. Yeah. So you're telling me you just walk into Cost Cutters and come out looking good? Well, for some of us, that comes naturally. But Cost Cutters makes it easier. They can do anything you want. A cool cut, even some color, and get some of that styling gel stuff to keep you looking good. Like me. Oh, so that's why your hair never moves. Well, you're funny. Cost Cutters. Thanks, man. This will save me some time. Great. Then you'll have time to work on your game. Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Are you a busy guy? Save yourself time and walk into one of our area's 12 Cost Cutters whenever it's convenient for you. Then relax, because Cost Cutters will make things easy and affordable for you.
Cost Cutters. Live your life. We always have time for your hair.
Log on to the brand new look of ESPNRadio.com, which still has the live streaming audio, interviews that you missed, and merchandise for you to check out. But here's a toe-tapping ditty to remind you. Makes me want to visit ESPNRadio.com.
To the 13th we go in a 3-3 game, and Aaron Peel will lead it off for the Kernels, who have out-hit the Silverhawks 13-11. A strike on the outside edge from big lefty Doug Slaten. Doug pitched around a leadoff single by Matt Pauley in the 12th inning, got Brandon Wood to hit into a double play, then a spectacular catch in deep right center by Jeff Cook, took an extra base hit away from Matt Brown. Swing and a miss by Aaron Peel, the big lefty's ahead of him, 0-2. Ball one is low. Doug Slaten is 1-0. He's on for the 7th time this year. He's pitched 8 innings in 6 previous appearances. A pitch slapped down the right field line. It may fall. It falls foul. It falls foul. It may have been a broken bat looper off the bat of Aaron Peel. It was foul by about 6 feet down the right field line. Slaten, 1-0. In 8 innings, he has fanned 10, walked 4. No saves, a 2.25 ERA. It's no longer sunshiny, but still delightfully warm here. Aaron Peel crushes one foul way out of the ballpark. It's foul down the left field line. Aaron had a good swing at that one. The Kernels putting their leadoff men on in the 10th, 11th, and 12th, but unable to score. That really hurt. Ball 2 is low to Aaron Peel from the tall lefty Doug Slaten. He's from California, went to Venice High School. A bouncer over the hill. This will be a tough play for the second baseman. He backhands and throws, not in time. The 14th of the day for the Kernels, and it's an infield single for Aaron Peel. Emilio Bonifácio made a good play to get to it behind second, and in shallow center had not enough on his throw, and it wasn't in time to get Aaron Peel. Now what do you do if you're Bobby Magallanes? You've tried a bunt to get the runner, the go-ahead run to second. That worked in the 9th inning, or the 10th inning, except the runner then was tagged out going from second to third on a ground ball to the third baseman. Then Tommy Duenas was hit by a pitch to open the 11th. The Kernels tried a hit and run. That was foiled when Sean Rodriguez was ruled swinging out of the batter's box. Matt Pauley was at first to lead off the 12th. The Kernels hit into a double play. Here's a bunt up in the air, and it's caught. Caleb Mayer, 0 for 6, bunts in the air, and that's too bad. That's too bad that the Kernels can't get a bunt down and cannot sacrifice in these crucial situations. Caleb's bunt was caught by the catcher, Miguel Montero. Oh, brother. Well, we might as well try to steal a base. We've tried everything else. We've tried a bunt. We've tried a hit and run. Let's try a straight steal. If they throw the batter or the runner out, Peel, they throw him out. My goodness, you've got to be able to get a bunt at least on the ground. There goes the runner. A pitch high and away. The throw to second. The runner's safe. Aaron Peel and the Kernels hear my desperation. So they try a steal, and Aaron Peel beats the throw easily by Miguel Montero. And let's pretend like Caleb Mayer got that bunt down, and there's a runner at second with one out, and a base hit by Tommy Duenas could snap this stalemate. Caleb Mayer popped up to the catcher trying to bunt, and on the very next pitch, it was high and away from Doug Slaten. Aaron Peel stole his second base of the year. Bobby Magallanes does not mess around. If the Kernels don't get something done one way, Bobby's not afraid to try it another way. The right-hander up in the South Bend bullpen, Alex Cremeden. He pitched a scoreless inning, or a scoreless two-thirds of an inning last night. Top of the 13th, we're tied at 3. Tommy Duenas, 1 for 4, was hit by a pitch to open up the 11th inning. He's facing the lefty Doug Slaten for the first time, and now the catcher Miguel Montero out to the mound to talk it over with Slaten. Extra innings in South Bend. Top of the 13th. We're tied 3-3. The Kernels have the go-ahead run. Aaron Peel at second with only one out for Tommy Duenas. A slider just inside from the tall lefty. He was a 17th round pick, was this lefty, Doug Slaten, out of Pierce College in California. Swing and a miss by Tommy on a 2-0 count, a fastball. And the lefty pumps it by Tommy. Slaten pitched in 19 games as a starter last year with Lancaster in the Cal League, went 6-7, a 6.03 ERA. A bouncer to third. Aaron Peel holds at second, and throwing Duenas out is Augie Murillo. Runner at second, 2 gone for Sean Rodriguez. Sean retired for the first time in this game. He was ruled stepping out of the batter's box to flail away at a high fastball, protecting Tommy Duenas as Tommy tried to steal second. Tommy did steal second, but he had to go back to first on the plate umpire's decision to call Sean out. Rodriguez, 4 for 5 today. Swings and misses strike one. Top of the 13th inning, go-ahead run at second. Aaron Peel for the Kernels. Facing lefty Doug Slaten is Sean Rodriguez for the first time this afternoon. Now the sun is out again. A pitch in the dirt, and Sean took the changeup, ball 1. We're approaching the top of the hour, 5 o'clock. The White Sox will take on the Mariners in a couple of hours right here on the Zone. Sunday Night Baseball. The big lefty steps off. Now he's set just above the letters, the 1-1 to Sean. A line shot into deep right, way back to the wall, and it's going to be off the top of the wall. Sean Rodriguez is into second with a booming double, his 5th hit of the afternoon, his 5th hit of the day, and he pumps Aaron Peel home to make it 4-3 here in the 13th inning. Sean Rodriguez has his 5th hit of the afternoon. He belted one high off the right field wall. Chasing home Aaron Peel to make it a 4-3 game. The Kernels have struck for a run here in the 13th. Have Quan Cosby at the plate with Sean Rodriguez in scoring position. Let's see if Quan can come through and bring home that huge, huge run from second base. Sean Rodriguez. Quan Cosby has an RBI today. He smacks one into right center, and it is going to be a base hit. Quan Cosby has driven home Rodriguez with the second run of the 13th inning. Quan Cosby with his second RBI, and the Kernels have bounced ahead now by 2, 5-3. Quan Cosby lacing a single into right center, and Sean Rodriguez scores to make it a 5-3 game. Here in the top of the 13th inning, Rodriguez scores on the base hit into right by Quan Cosby. And now the Kernels lead the game 5-3 here in the top of the 13th inning, and the batter is Howie Kendrick. And Doug Slaten has been lifted. Doug Slaten goes 1 2/3. In 1 2/3, he has given up 2 runs on 3 base hits. Slaten struck out none. He walked none. And now a new hurler is on, Alex Cremiden. Cremidin, Alex Cremiden. The Kernels, for the 4th inning in a row, put their leadoff man on. In the 13th inning, Aaron Peel bounced a single up the middle. After Caleb Mayer was unable to get a bunt down, he popped out to the catcher just to the right of home plate, a fair ball. Aaron Peel swiped second. He stayed at second as Tommy Duenas grounded to third. Sean Rodriguez, with his dad looking on, Johnny Rodriguez, belted a 2-out pitch from Doug Slaten, the lefty, high off the right field wall. An RBI double. Peel scored to make it 4-3. Rodriguez then scored his 3rd run of the game when Quan Cosby lashed a single into right center. It was Quan's 2nd RBI of the day. It scored Rodriguez, and the Kernels lead this game in the top of the 13th inning, 5-3. Alex Cremiden is on the hill. Wow, Sean Rodriguez. 5 hits this afternoon, 2 hits yesterday, 2 walks and 3 runs scored. We have scheduled to talk to his father, Johnny Rodriguez, who's been in professional baseball his whole life. Johnny, watching this game from behind home plate, saw Sean Rodriguez with 5 hits today. A 2-out double high off the right field wall. Scored Peel, and then Rodriguez scored on Quan Cosby's base hit. Quan's at first. He may be running. Howie Kendrick lifts a drive into right center. That's a hit. It's cut off by Lino Garcia. Got by Lino Garcia. Here comes Quan Cosby to make it a 3-run inning. Howie Kendrick muscled up on the first pitch from Alex Cremiden, and he lined it into right center. It got by Lino Garcia. They'll rule it a double, I believe. Quan Cosby scores the 3rd run of the inning. All of it with 2 out. Quan Cosby scores to up the Kernel lead to 6-3. Howie Kendrick has been credited, I believe, with an RBI double. That run will be charged to lefty Doug Slaten. And now Matt Pauley, the batter, with 2 out. The Kernels have broken loose for 3 big runs here in the top of the 13th inning. Matt Pauley pops the pitch foul. It's a foul ball, and it's caught in fair ground now behind third, 1 step behind the base by Augie Murillo. Matt Pauley fouls to third, and that ends the Kernel 13th inning. But not before the Kernels put 3 runs on the board on 4 hits. There were no Silverhawk errors, and the Kernels leave a runner. We've stranded 11. We go to the bottom of the 13th inning at Kovaleski Stadium, and the Kernels now lead the Silverhawks 6-3. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Would you like to meet Cedar Rapids River Raiders Kenyon Murray and Dean Oliver and help a great cause? I'm Scott Unash from the Zone ESPN Radio 1600 AM, and I'd like to invite you to the 4th Annual Celebration of Sports Banquet and Auction. It's Tuesday, June 8th at 5:30 at the Collins Plaza in Cedar Rapids. We'll be awarding the Lynn County Male and Female Athletes of the Year, plus we'll salute 2 Special Olympians and much more. If you support local sports, make plans now to attend. Tickets $25 and tables of 10 are available. Proceeds from this event help support East Central Iowa Special Olympics and the Sports Tourism Fund at the Cedar Rapids Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. Call the Celebration of Sports hotline at 319-398-5383, extension 121 today to make your reservation. Join me, Scott Unash, in the Zone at the Celebration of Sports Banquet and Auction, Tuesday, June 8th at 5:30 at the Collins Plaza in Cedar Rapids. Remember, call 398-5383, extension 121 to make your reservation.
Mike Greenberg and Mike Golick.
So, Walton, is your son dating Britney Spears?
I'm very concerned here, guys.
Concerned?
Well, I thought Britney was married. And
No.
now Luke has been more than a bit disingenuous with me. All this time, he's been telling me he has spent every single day in church, and now I'm finding out how sad, how disappointing. This is a low point in my life.
Mike and Mike, weekdays from 6 to 10 Eastern, only on ESPN Radio.
Sun shining brightly as Aaron Pullen takes over to pitch the bottom of the 13th inning. 6-3 Kernels. Augie Murillo stands in and a strike delivered by Aaron Pullen. Aaron Pullen is the fourth Kernel reliever this afternoon. He takes over for Scott Heineman, who pitched 3 scoreless innings. Aaron gets ahead of the right-handed batter, Augie Murillo, as Augie taps one foul behind the plate. It's 6-3 Kernels, and we're in the bottom of the 13th inning. Augie Murillo has 1 hit, and he's walked today. He lines one to short. Brandon Wood uses his pogo stick to spring up in the air, and on the grass in shallow left, Brandon Wood has it for the first out of the 13th. Augie Murillo lines to short. Brandon Wood timed his leap perfectly. Scott Heineman pitched 3 innings, no runs, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, no walks. Aaron Pullen now pitches to Edgar Varela, and a strike called to Varela. Varela singled his first 3 times up. He has an RBI. He tied the game in the 6th inning off the starter, Michel Samar, with a base hit. Strike 2 called from Aaron Pullen to Edgar Varela. Aaron Pullen, the 4th reliever used by the Kernel Brain Trust, Bobby Magallanes and Eric Bennett this afternoon. Ooh, a fastball. The Kernels wanted the call, did not get it from the plate umpire, Robert Price. And the count goes to 1-2. Aaron Pullen, a right-hander, hits 3 scoreless innings in the Kernel extra inning win Thursday in Burlington. A worm burner hit sharply to Sean Rodriguez on to first, and 2 away in the bottom of the 13th here in South Bend as the Kernels go for their 5th win in a row. They lead it 6-3. They've out-hit the Silverhawks 17-11. Aaron Pullen picked up a win Thursday in Burlington. Aaron's win upped his record to 5-1. He's on for the 18th time out of the Kernel bullpen. And he misses just low, ball 1 to Miguel Montero. Montero, a leadoff double off of reliever Alan Buckley to open the 9th inning. Allen pitched around it. Ball 2 inside from the right-hander, Aaron Pullen. Pullen has gotten the first 2 Silverhawks here in this bottom of the 13th inning. He heaves a strike in to Miguel Montero. 6-3 Kernels, bases empty, 2 out, bottom of the 13th inning in South Bend. Ball 3 outside. Aaron Pullen, a 23-year-old right-hander, signed as a non-drafted free agent by the Anaheim Angels out of Texas, Arlington. He issues a 2-out walk to Miguel Montero. A 2-out walk issued to the left-handed batter. That brings in Alex Frazier. Aaron Pullen has pitched 30 innings this year, and in 30 innings, he has given up 29 hits, struck out 27 batters in 30 innings, walked 11, the league hitting .257 against Aaron Pullen. The winner, 3 innings of shutout ball Thursday night, and an 11-inning Kernel triumph at Community Field in Burlington. Strike 1 called to Alex Frazier. Frazier doubled over the head of Aaron Peel with 1 out in the 11th inning. Went to third on a Scott Heineman balk, but was stranded there. A curve blowing away to the right-handed batter, Alex Frazier. Runner at first, 2 out, bottom of the 13th inning, 6-3 Kernels. Sean Rodriguez has scored 3 of the Kernel's 6 runs today. He scored 3 of the Kernel's 6 runs last night. A beautiful curveball, and Aaron Pullen is ahead now. 1 ball, 2 strikes, working this bottom of the 13th inning. Pullen is set. The batter's ready. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt, and that ends the game. The Kernels have won 5 in a row. The Kernels have captured their 5th win in a row. Alex Frazier down on strike. The Kernels have come into South Bend's backyard and knocked off the team with the best record in the league, the Eastern Division leading Silverhawks, for the 2nd straight time. A hard-fought, well-earned Kernel extra inning triumph in 13 innings, 6-3. In the 13th, no runs for the Silverhawks, no hits, a walk. There were no Kernel errors, and South Bend leaves a runner. They stranded 10. One of the most memorable and hard-fought victories for the Kernels here this afternoon. In 13 innings, the Kernels win it 6-3. Totals, highlights, and more come your way in just a moment on the Kernel Curtain Call. This is Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Get excited for the 2004 WNBA season.
Put it up and goes! Lauren Jackson! Open. A three-pointer!
The rookie sensations have arrived.
What a great move by Elena Beard! Rossi, she is special.
Rossi, Beard, Powell, and Whalen join the world's best in women's basketball for another sizzling summer. The WNBA plays all summer long on ESPN2 and ABC Sports.
At Zimmerman's, we believe that the voice of the customer speaks the loudest. Let's hear what our customers have to say.
We chose Zimmerman because our family has been buying cars. I guess we're probably the 3rd generation to buy cars here at Zimmerman.
My family's bought 18 cars at Zimmerman's. 18. I ought to get a little bonus or something, wouldn't it?
We build our reputation on one satisfied customer at a time. On behalf of everyone at Zimmerman's, I want to thank you for your business.
It's time for the Kernel's Curtain Call, right here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM. With a recap of all the action, the State Farm Major League scoreboard, plus a look ahead to the next Kernels game, let's rejoin the voice of the Kernels, the one, the only John Rogers, here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
Well, this one leaves you absolutely speechless, exhilarated, proud, happy, and just absolutely thrilled by the Kernel resilience. The Kernels win their 5th in a row in 13 innings, 6-3. It took 3 hours and 33 minutes, and it was a game of ebb and flow, up and down. Michel Samar pitched brilliantly in 6 innings. The starter gave up just 1 earned run, 2 runs on 7 hits. He struck out 3. He walked 1. The Kernels trailed the game 3-2 after South Bend scored a run in the bottom of the 8th off David Austin. Sean Rodriguez got his 4th hit of the day with 1 out in the 9th inning. Quan Cosby walked, and then Howie Kendrick singled into center. Rodriguez stopped at 3rd as the center fielder was retrieving the ball, but the center fielder, Jeff Cook, overran the ball for an error, and that allowed Rodriguez to score and tie the game 3-3 in the 9th inning off one of the best closers in the league, Billy Biggs. The game remained tied. In fact, the Kernels put their leadoff men aboard in the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. Let's go back to the bottom of the 9th, however. After the Kernels scored in the top of the 9th, in the bottom of the 9th, Miguel Montero slugged a double high off the left field wall off of Alan Buckley. Alex Frazier then lined to 3rd. John Kaplan walked. It was 1st and 2nd with 1 out. A comebacker by Emilio Bonifacio knocked down. It should have been a double play, but Alan Buckley lost the handle. He threw the batter out as the winning run went to 3rd. The Kernels then walked Lino Garcia to load the bases, and behind Tila Reynolds, 3-1, Alan Buckley threw a strike and then got Tila Reynolds on a 3-2 pitch with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th to ground to Brandon Wood at short. The Kernels, as I said, put their leadoff men aboard in the 10th, 11th, and 12th, but could not score the go-ahead run. Aaron Peel singled into center in the 13th off Doug Slaten. After Caleb Mayer failed to bunting to second, Peel took matters into his own hands. He stole second. Tommy Duenas grounded to 3rd for the 2nd out of the 13th inning. Sean Rodriguez then collected his 5th hit of the day lashing a double high off the right field wall to score Peel and break a 3-3 tie. Quan Cosby's RBI single made it 5-3 Kernels as he drove in Rodriguez, and then Howie Kendrick doubled into right to send Cosby home, and it was a 3-run Kernel outburst in the top of the 13th. Aaron Peel came on and retired South Bend in the 13th, and the Kernels won it 6-3. Here's the final line score. 6 runs, 17 hits, 1 error committed by the Kernels. We left 11. South Bend 3 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. They stranded 10. The winning pitcher, 3 scoreless innings out of the Kernel bullpen. Scott Heineman, he evens his record at 1-1. The loser was lefty Doug Slaten. He's 1-1. The game took 3 hours and 33 minutes, and we did not get an attendance, but I'm sure it was well over 4,000. That's the first segment of the Kernel Curtain Call. We'll return next with our Liberty Bank Star Plays of the Game. In 13 innings, the Kernels win their 5th in a row, 6-3 in South Bend. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Toyota Financial Services of Cedar Rapids understands the importance of reading in the lives of our community's children. That's why they're proud to fund the 6th annual Toyota Financial Services Kernel Summer Reading Program. The generous support of Toyota Financial Services will result in Kernel players conducting a record 32 elementary school assemblies this spring to encourage girls and boys to read throughout the summer. Their reading accomplishments will be recognized by Toyota Financial Services with fabulous rewards. Toyota Financial Services, a true hero to the Kernels and the youth of our community.
Papa John's pizza, it's so good. Better is best, that's understood. Better call Papa John tonight. Better call Papa, he's got it right. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Papa John's. Attention baseball fans, call your local Papa John's for our home run special. Get a large pizza with up to 3 toppings of your choice for only $9.99.
Papa John's. Better call Papa.
We have the attendance now, 5,018. 5,018, and most of them stuck around as the Kernels won it in 13 innings, 6-3, winning their 5th game in a row, their 2nd extra inning triumph on this road trip. Thanks to Iowa's fastest growing community bank, Liberty Bank, we can now enjoy our Kernel Liberty Bank Star Plays of the Game. Let's go to the top of the 9th inning. The Kernels trailed 3-2. Sean Rodriguez, a 1-out single, went to second as Quan Cosby walked. And with one of the best closers in the league, Billy Biggs, facing Howie Kendrick, here's our first Liberty Bank Star Play of the Game. Howie loops one into center field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Sean Rodriguez he'll score now. The center fielder bobbles it. Sean will score to tie the game. Sean Rodriguez slides across the plate. He was going to stop at third on the base hit looped into center by Howie Kendrick, but then when the center fielder Jeff Cook overran it, in came Sean Rodriguez on an error to tie the game 3-3. Sean had 5 hits and scored 3 of the Kernel's 6 runs. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. A leadoff double by Miguel Montero, and the Silverhawks loaded the bases with 2 out against Alan Buckley. Alan Buckley was on the hill, and here's our second Liberty Bank Star Play of the Game. And what will happen on this 3-2 pitch to Tila Reynolds? The Kernels have won 4 in a row. Fought back to tie the game in the 9th today. Bases loaded. Here's the 3-2. Ground ball to Brandon Wood. He has it. Throw to first. We're going to the 10th inning. Alan Buckley came through. Alan Buckley came through in the 9th inning. He got Tila Reynolds on a payoff pitch, a 3-2 delivery with the game on the line to ground out to shortstop Brandon Wood. The Kernels put their leadoff man on in the 10th, 11th, and 12th to no avail. Sean Rodriguez was at the plate with 2 outs in the top of the 13th with Aaron Peel at second, looking for his 5th hit of the game. Here's our third and final Liberty Bank Star Play of the Game. The 1-1 to Sean. A line shot into deep right, way back at the wall, and it's going to be off the top of the wall. Sean Rodriguez is into second with a booming double, his 5th hit of the afternoon, his 5th hit of the day, and he pumps Aaron Peel home to make it 4-3 here in the 13th inning. Sean Rodriguez has his 5th hit of the afternoon. He belted one high off the right field wall. Chasing home Aaron Peel to make it a 4-3 game. The Kernels have struck for a run here in the 13th and added 2 more to win it 6-3. The Kernels have won 5 in a row and have upped their first half record to 12 games over 500, 34-22. Those are our Liberty Bank star plays of the game. Final segment coming up on the Kernel Curtain Call, a complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
This is the time of year when people are giving and receiving lots of presents for weddings, showers, and graduations, plus the usual birthdays and anniversaries. Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling reminds you gift wrapping paper should not be disposed of in your blue recycling box. Instead, reuse your gift wrapping paper for other special occasions or put it in your regular garbage for collection day. Remember, don't put gift wrapping paper in your blue recycling box. Thanks from Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
Quiznos Kernels Kids Club members. Did you know that your Quiznos Kernels Kids Club membership card is good for more than just great deals at the ballpark? That's right. By showing your Quiznos Kernels Kids Club membership card at any of the Cedar Rapids Quiznos, you'll receive a free small drink when you buy a Quiznos sub. That's a free small drink with the purchase of a Quiznos sub when you show your Quiznos Kernels Kids Club card.
Quiznos, toasty.
With the sun shining brightly, a game that took over 3 hours and a half to play, and in 13 innings, the Kernels streak to their 5th win in a row. In 13 innings, winning this one 6-3. Scott Heineman was the winner, and it's now time to check scores here on the Kernel Curtain Call on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Gary Shubat, Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, and Lanny Peterson. Let's start with action this afternoon in the National League. At Wrigley Field, the Cubs upended the Pirates 4-1. At Turner Field, it was the Braves turning back the Phillies 6-4. The Mets bounced Florida 5-2 at Shea Stadium earlier this afternoon. At Busch Stadium, Houston trimmed the Cards 3-2. A final from Coors Field in Denver, the Giants dismantled the Rockies 16-2. They're in the top of the 6th inning at Bank One Ballpark in Phoenix. The Dodgers on top of the Diamondbacks 4-1. San Diego leads the Brewers 5-2. They're in the bottom of the 4th at Petco Field. And another final earlier this afternoon at Great America Ballpark. The Reds nipped the Expos 6-5. Now let's turn the spotlight on the American League State Farm Major League scoreboard at Yankee Stadium. It was the Bombers 2, Texas 1 today. A one-run victory for Baltimore as they knocked off Tampa Bay 5-4 at Camden Yards. At the Metrodome, the Twins edged Detroit 6-5. The Red Sox knocked off the Royals 5-3 this afternoon at Kauffman Stadium. They're in the bottom of the 7th in Oakland. The Athletics 4, Toronto 3. Bottom of the 7th inning at Angels Stadium in Anaheim, and Cleveland is handing it to the Angels, our parent club. 7-0 Tribe in the bottom of the 7th in Southern California. And the game you'll hear in less than an hour and a half here on the Zone, the White Sox and Mariners from Safeco Field in Seattle. That's our complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. The Kernels extend their season-long winning streak to 5 with a thrilling 6-3 13-inning victory here in South Bend this afternoon. It was great to have you with us. Emily was our in-studio engineer. We'll greet you again from Stanley Kovalevsky Stadium tomorrow evening, 6:40 dugout interview time. We are scheduled to talk to Sean Rodriguez's father, Johnny Rodriguez, a longtime baseball man, when we hit the airwaves at 6:40 tomorrow for the dugout interview. The Kernel record stands at a sterling 34-22. They've won 5 straight on the road, and they turned back the Silverhawks 6-3 in 13 innings this afternoon. That does it from Gold Dome Country, the home of the University of Notre Dame. 13 innings, the Kernels 6, the Silverhawks 3. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.